khổ mắt rồi kính trong quan sát xanh quá.
对， Nhưng sao giờ ta lên outline hết rồi, có những đứa phải 5 giờ đưa thì mới chết. Đúng rồi. Hồi đó vài phút.
Đâu để làm để không có làm
À, tí mặc quần áo thì mình sẽ rất là ít sơ. Học đó mình giờ
sao
ta đào kho bút lớn còn nó được cái nào cũng hay. Đấy. Nếu biết giá thấy yêu rồi hai cái nào bởi cảm giác đấy không có
độ này đi
nè ok ấy tao bị lệ đâu rồi cô đó tôi đại rồi. Vì dài không cái lý thương nhiều chỉ biết
tầm chiều 5 giờ 6 giờ 5 6 giờ thì còn sớm hơn mọi ngày đấy. Dạ, dạ. Rồi 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 biết rồi em làm
Đấy, đấy, hút vô lọc thơm vậy. Mình chung hơn quá. Chung ngon quá một lại chung này. Old future. Đây là hôn. Đây là tốt. Capital Corporation. Capital có phim đúng không?
Trang từ bất ngờ
Rất nhiều. Có đứa từ nhỏ mà đồ hồi nó váy giác ảnh đấy. Có món hay không? Đâu ấy? Cái đâu gì cái mặt học đi bên lại
về cháu chứ thì giờ mà nó còn cái đang đồng free free
I can keep it.
Ủa, đâu có làm phải biết cái sao. Cái này
Apple one.
cái 18 giờ.
So, one by one, very detailed. What's the act of the wish? What is the very detailed? So it's just very crucial, very long. From this, you can make assumption. You cannot make assumption from this.
Sao bài được ra được rồi.
You have a story. This one is very good. It's identifying the main character. But in the screenplay, everything is new, very specific. As it's supposed to be all the that's
Hà ơi, tuyệt vời. Hèn chi tôi thấy nó lực.
sẽ không sao.
It's like
Zero, three, the outside, inside, the outside, inside, in street, like the second grade.
the môn đã ngoài. Đó, sẽ hỏi. Chị có biết làm nhưng mà thằng kia còn không luôn cái lắm luôn.
So now, even if you got some stuff not really well from what direction, everything is
Không là mấy đô làm mất đó rồi.
Speedway. This is a
Chết rồi. Ai số học bên này đó. Đó, thấy
After this, it's all right. Run around to me.
Này cái phục vụ chẳng hỏi
What did you? Good luck. Cố tức là từ rồi I already on the campus doing work is fun.
Đó, theo đó rồi. thôi có lần không có hồi mà đi thì lấy xe nhà không tôi biết có gì kêu tụi nó chị thử em cũng thấy đúng rồi xe nhà không đấy đúng rồi ta kinh dị ủa ui ui để nó bà bên là Sài Gòn ok bữa nay thôi chứ cũng có ai chạy được đâu bé bà
So no, no setting on the stage in one. Grab the equipment. How was it?
bắt đầu đi rồi ê còn cái tên nữa cái tên
What name? The dad and son. Which name?
cái thẻ tắt tay
So, mấy Thôi rồi.
Xíu chị đang ông Long Phan cái đó
Actually, the group that was all with the sound. Lớn. Oh, X-rays for bone, for babies, for I can see it for some. I can see it for some.
một trang nghe tên một trang này
do bữa ủa After Effects không hả? Ý ủa, ủa,
cái đó mình nhớ lâu á.
take your time, take your time. Thôi, nó chân đi nó sao?
án thấy là thầy nói cái câu này nè, mình nói từ for layer base là không gì đi timeline là trong lúc đó thầy cho nhắc là this in short no fucking other ý cái này có thể nói thêm không gì mất rồi
No,
không nói gì
thầy hơi short quá. Compositing là khi mà mình ghép hai cái layer sao vô, hiểu không? Thì After Effects là nó là layer based và Fusion thì nó là node based. Thì thầy là muốn cho nó node based chứ còn cái rotoscope của After Effects nó không như vậy hết á. Bữa tôi còn show với thầy Martin rồi tôi nói là yeah I rotoscope in After Effects, xong thầy bảo good. I told you.
Compositing là không được layer base nhưng mà
No. What the fuck? I told you.
không dám làm cái gì mấy cái skill thầy nói phải phép không
Do mày không hiểu. Khi mà mày đọc được cái câu đó là mày đã hiểu rồi. Compositing.
không là câu đó lúc mà cái ai phát triển
Có chứng kiến. Compositing là khi mà nó ghép hai cái layer lại với nhau thôi. Còn nếu mà mày không làm được cái gì đó thì nó không có trong đó.
I listen to my teacher.
It's not that, precise. You need more, chứng kiến. After Effects chậm mà, tốt mà.
yep. I think we're done.
Cái này tao mượn reference từ tóc của mày ra.
Dạ
Tên Windows chi
Digital. Like, cái này á, kiểu như là khi mà mày đạt được cái này mày có nhìn thấy cái cánh không?
ấy cách
Ok. Thì khi mày đạt được cái pure freedom á, là mày đã bị bỏ lại phía sau bởi thời gian, hiểu không? Đó, khúc xương nè, organs nè, body tissue nè. Thì
tôi không nhìn ra là body tissue, tôi tưởng là cái con như vượn ngồi
there are no vượn nào red skin,
có
Ain't no way.
orangutan. Yeah.
Ok, xong rồi đó, khi mà đạt được freedom rồi thì bỏ lại mấy cái này.
Bỏ lại cái xương.
Nó kiểu như là cái tuổi thọ nó không đủ đáp ứng cho cái freedom mà mình đang muốn. Đó. Kiểu phải tìm được cái balance between limitations and freedom. Cái này nó không có rõ bằng cái không, cái này nó rõ hơn so với cái này, cũng tương tự nhưng mà tôi đang muốn nhớ cái này là soul, you know, the freedom sort of. Nhưng mà Dr. Helmut was told that like bullshit.
Bullshit thì kêu cứ bullshit là gì?
No, bullshit.
Bullshit là cái đó gọi là từ cốt truyện trong đầu đó.
Like your idea is good, really hard to illustrate. But when I see this,
I don't see
the focus point. I see this also stand out. So you have to make it one stand out and the rest is in the background. Yeah. That's absolutely bro. So then I'll make it. Không, nhưng mà lúc mà nhìn thẳng vô nhìn thấy cái này nó nổi bật hơn rồi. Đây cái xương nổi bật hơn.
tắt đi mở lại. Cái xương nó HD quá. Vì
Yep.
cái xương đầu tiên.
Yeah, I know. So that's why I giảm cái xương lại.
Hay không?
Cái này hay nè. Thì giảm cái màu sắc của xương lại để cho cái cánh nó.
Nhưng mà nó HD.
Không, do màu sắc chứ không phải do HD.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Look at the detail. Nó xem này. Vô video. Đúng rồi, cái xương nó stand out.
Hai cái focus point công việc. Hai cái focus point công việc.
Nhưng mà muốn cho cái độ cánh công lý đó nên là phải highlight cái cánh này thêm tí.
Tôi thấy cái mũi tên nó ngứa rồi.
Yep. Không, cái này là temporary. Kiểm chất nữa. Sketch nữa. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Obnoxiously.
Nó chịu.
Okay.
Ai nói với ông ạ?
Tôi có xem một cái video trên YouTube mà. Damn. Look at this. Damn, look at the star. Damn, look at the vessel. Ủa, cái mạch máu là gì?
Blood vein.
With veins. not the vessel type shit.
Sometimes I get the wrong one.
Look at the organs. Wow. Ban đầu cái này tới 500.000 phôi.
Sao gì vậy?
Rồi tôi phải dùng để tôi scope mà.
Rồi xong rồi deconstruct nó luôn.
Rồi tôi mới decimate.
Đúng rồi đúng.
Nè cái này tôi decimate mà tổng nó có 800 phôi. Thấy mày con mắt nó ban đầu nó vậy nè. Hai poly không? Damn. Hình như là cũng 300.000 phôi. Rồi cái này shit.
Hello everyone. Today is 7th of January. And I just woke up after a 9-hour sleep, which is really good, but honestly, it's really time consuming. I do my housework, and right now I will watch some sample from the previous previous semester to look for the reference and allow me to use my webcam as a thing to hide some of the informations because I think they don't want, yeah, it's kind of illegal, but yeah, I will keep their information private. So yeah, okay, let's go. Rơi cho mỗi đêm lần tan 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 làm sao sẽ quên giờ quay lại lần đi vết thương này với cái thú cười What? Sai 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 sao mỗi đêm lần tan 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 không sao sẽ quên giờ sao quên quên quên. Whoa, that's trippy, bro. Damn, cool. Okay, kind of cool nonetheless. Damn, this yeah, this was good. Okay. Mong sao sẽ quên giờ nào. Quên 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 đã thương nào hướng tôi cuối trời. It's a decent one, yeah. Um, Damn. Tôi có đôi chút tình lắm em vì tôi không có nhau mà trong đó luôn luôn nhiều khi trái tim tôi đặt quá em nên việc thế có hay phải làm Yep, it's way more advanced. Oh, okay, yep. Ah, I'm sorry. Damn. Nice. This is cool. Yeah, this is cool. Yeah. Zam, 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 zam. Sao sẽ quen dần dần đến đi hơn này sẽ thơ dài. Oh shit. What are the resolution? Resolution 3000? Fuck off. Yeah. I can work with that. Okay, yeah. It's all my faults. Okay. 3000 is just insanely low quality for this project, of course. adding more highlights for the wings or the skull. Okay, so I think it's good. It's good. Um, our frame, our focus is very good. I think it's just need a little bit, a little bit more blur. Like about one. Just that simple. Then we're gonna pump up the resolution a little bit more. Okay, a little bit more. Rendering slot 2 should be worked. Should work, right? Em còn những gì em để quên nhà tôi. Tôi để quên nhà em và ta để quên nhà nhau và sau bao lần ghé trời. Yeah. Yeah, things look good. Uh, mm, mm. Uh. Oh, I have a headband. Oh, fuck. I have to cook rice. So, in case you don't know, you say pot for putting rice on it. In it. Fuck. Then, for my quantity in my stomach, for the volume in my stomach, it should fit with a cup of rice. Which is a lot. But I'm big and I'm fat, so it should be worth. Okay? Now we're gonna watch it a little bit. For my tags, I just need 2 times. And then we're gonna cook. I don't have to measure anything. There's a measure inside the pot. So I just need to flush my tube to the first, limits. Shit. Yeah, should work. Make sure to wash the bottom because if you don't do that, there will a loud noise when the pot was heat up and it vaporize the water underneath, which is not good at all. Yep, that's how I cook rice. Okay. Oh, why I have a weird shit? Nah, that's I have like 5 head. What the fuck? Oh shit, 5 head? Damn. Yep. Put down here. Yeah. This should work, right? Yeah. Và tôi đã tôi sẽ làm ra thời gian để cho mỗi đêm lần ta man 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 sao sẽ quên rồi quay về lần yêu cái thương này thương. From the screen to the ring to the pen to the key. Watch my crown, watch my bling, mortal. And when I ring. Wait, they don't know. Wait, they don't know. Damn, look at that shit, bruh. From the screen to the ring to the pen to the king. Watch my gram, watch my gram. Alright, sure. From the screen to the ring to the pen to the king. Watch my bring on the drummer when I rave. She had a little. From the screen to the ring to the pen to the king. Okay, we're gonna open up in design. Because why not? Ha ha ha. Don't say it's out. Alright, bet. It's cute. Trong giấc quen mà anh không nhớ đến đây và rằng trong lúc chú trên đời From screen to the ring to the pen to the king. Okay. Oh my god. I think I have to use ChatGPT. Fuck's sake. Yeah, because my English is not good, so yeah, I have to use ChatGPT. Which suck, you know. I'm not good at, English, so well, ChatGPT. Can I get a text? Property, more like property. between, oh my fucking god. Median pro, more like croissant. Ooh. Ủa dewa. Strike kata. Udah. Hmm. Check questions. Okay, can you see the results? Good. Blur, okay, that blur, okay. All right, wow, really good. Let's see. Wow. Okay, I will save it as background. Save as PG6, more like PG7. No. All right. Oh, we have 1 more hours to do whatever we want. Shit. Okay. Well, I think we need to finalize our image, right? PG7. Okay. Pull this out. Plug this in. Okay. You come here. All right. Có thích chim mày chắc là bóc thích lốt tuyết The thing fuck man. Messages from start. I can give messages from start. Blowing up. Yup. Pull out this bitch. Yep. From the screen to the ring to the plane to the thing. What's the sound? Yup. Yep. From this to this to this. Okay. I think we should add more saturations, right?
Yeah.
I see good directions from this to this to this, and then this. Okay, a little bit adjustment, and then we're done. I think we're really good. I don't want to get down. I don't want to get down. I don't want to get down. Yep. I think we should end right here. I have to, eat, and then we're gonna get to school. Then we're gonna have the A3. All right. All right. Thank you. Bye bye.
You need to make sure that you understand the text that the rest. Yeah, maybe it's the I mark, but it's the no. How is no? No, digital or digital? This is secondary.
looks like that the material we have for producing popsicle. So it looks like the
I think it's a discussion. With that overlay, so the issue is a lot of things going on. How do you make sense of it? graphic design. It's so digital because I can see this digital texture. Because I know the lines, they're not aligned, the laptop. A laptop would never have those pictures. So that they just look like digital trying to fake analog, and it becomes so much distracting. If you want to say paper, then I only would, so I would only use one extra. So I would use some paper, scanning some paper. It's much better because you are much better. But same thing goes. Have you had so many aligned work, and now you destroy? See what I mean? You need to be careful that sometimes when you try to add more and more and more, starts destroying, and the work becomes sweeter. See what I mean? And I think we have some related work, but don't have any related work.
How do you manage to do it?
So, for example, if you use one that is flexible and use textures, so that we can look at it, or they use the texture. See, and it can help you. And I have a feeling this is not helpful.
But are you gonna do it for all?
So I think this is much better than the past one.
Yeah.
But I think it's a little bit crazy. It's still crazy. So what are you doing? What are you trying to do here?
Trying to combine the 2D and 3D elements. I'm trying to add highlights for the 2D image so that the score is not like standing out.
So visually is so similar issue like the past, like you get a little bit lost in so many things. But you're trying to squeeze in and making so many things, it's hard to make things out. You're not making our life very easy by looking at people from behind, right? Nice butt cheeks though, even though they're nice butt cheeks,
Oh, yeah.
it's hard to look at someone from behind and make it work. It takes me time to figure out.
I'm trying to like
All right, and this
anatomy.
this
I
one is
can't-
from top down. You
Yeah.
stand okay. It's very loaded. So I think the best things I see is the skull head and the mouse courses. Overall, I appreciate there's a flow to it. It's just so hard to make things out. And now it takes me now 3 minutes to me realizing, we see someone flying and we look down. It takes a long time
Oh, man.
because for us to understand the perspective, it's just so a non-space that you want us to realize.
It's a ground plane.
Yeah, the ground. Yeah.
Round plane. Please teach me how to. I try so hard. I want to get so far.
So, okay, I'm a bit confused. So, this is what I have issues with you, right? So,
Anyway, I knew it.
so if you're looking at it from top to bottom, right? You would not see. You would if you look at it from the top down. You're already in the sky. You would not have a sky plane anymore,
What?
right? Because this character is floating in the sky, and you're
Yeah.
looking down from the sky angle. So all you would see would be ground.
Oh,
Make sense? So if anything, where is this character emerging from? Tell me, where is the character emerging from? What is this? What is this area?
um, it's like a cloud, a big cloud. This the top of the highest. I trying to create like a painting from the past. When they depict heaven,
Mm.
sort of.
So heaven looking down onto earth. So this is earth, right?
Yeah.
So so all of this would be the ground plane. Even this gray area would also be the ground plane,
Whoa.
right?
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah, sort of.
So if I fill it in with gray. Oh, gradient. Stupid. So you have a character right here who's flying, and they have this flowing kind of angel wing vibe, right?
Yeah.
They create this very strong curve on this end, and you need to have enough edge outline here for us to make out what is their shape, because they have a very hard to look shape, because you're looking at them from not only the back but also from the top down. So you need a clear silhouette for us able to see what the character is. And in angelic painting, what they would do is they would have a very strong edge, a rim light on the
rim
edge.
light.
So a rim light, so they to really highlight the edge of this character. And the reason why they have this really hard edge light, so you see like in, let's do this painting, was it so it's classical painting, angels coming down.
That Pacific? Jesus.
You're not connected to the internet?
Yeah.
So let's look at images. So you see whenever like angels come down from the sky, they always have this very soft lighting at the edge, right? This is the reason why I do this is because it distinguishes the outline of the angels from the darkness. You see? So for your drawing, right? If you want this to feel like an angel, this should be really dark. So at the bottom, you would have really, really, really dark. Let's make it super, super, super dark. So no, it's okay. What's your opacity? Never adjust opacity. So you have really strong darkness,
Okay.
and at the top, right, you have this angel. Hey, you would. Tự nhiên razor pen nó mắc cười nhỉ? My bad. My bad. So then, when you see the one you have your angel character today, right?
Yep.
And you have really strong rim light.
Okay.
How are we going to do? All of a sudden, you can make out this is the shape of the angel. Back to the lights. So you draw out your angel here, and then obviously the rest of the angel would not be light, it would also be like any other shade, it would be darker. So now you have your angel. And then from here, you can use the dark values. And the reason why we have dark values is so that you can use it to make out the outline of the angel. So you can have their butt here, wings here, but the outline of the angel would be very clear because of the contrast between the dark and the brightness.
Oh,
Make sense?
yeah, it really does.
Now, before that, let's keep adding. Then you have your. Can't see. I miss baby Wacom. Why is your Wacom so small? Now, if you have your imagine in terms of contrast distribution, your angel, because they're from the top, right? They would have a lot lighter values. So they would have the lightest value. So the edge would be like the lightest of the light. So this would be the edge rim. This would be the rim light. It would be like the edge light. It would be super bright because it's making out the outline of the angel. And the rest of the angel, because they're being shined from the top, right? It's being shined by heaven or by the sun. They'll have all the lightest values. Now, the characters below the angel, because they're being covered, right? They're at the bottom, they're on a different plane. They would not have so many bright values. They would have a lot darker values. So they would have like the darker grays. They would have like, they would not be black because they used to want to make out what these characters are, right? But
Okay.
they would have darker grays. So, for example, you have like a skull here, skull speaking out. You see the arms of the skull. There you go. So you can use that, and then you go for. Then you use also this dark values to draw out the skull face. The reason why we do this, yeah, right? You need to give enough space and negative space here so that we can make out this is the outline of the angel and this is the outline of the skull. And this skull should also have path. That's not the same path as the angel.
Same path or like.
So right now, this is you see how the skull and the angel are on kind of the same outline.
Yeah.
Why is it at the top? Right, so right now the angels and the monsters on the same line. This creates very boring composition. Make sense?
Shoot.
So what would be nicer is that your angel and so you would move the monster a little bit to this side so that the monster's line is like from here and the arms create a line like this. And the angels on the top would create a line that's kind of like this. So it feels like they're on two different planes. Creating depth.
Yeah.
Make sense? So think about not just the color, think about also contrast distribution. The angel would have a lot lighter values because they're being shown by lights from the back. The demon or the bone monsters is on the ground plane and they're far away from the sun and they're also being covered by the angel. So they would have cast shadows by the angel and also they're a lot dimmer and darker.
And do I need to like add the ground lowest?
So the ground should just be something very simple. So think about it in terms of physical plane, right? There would be no sky being observed if you're looking at from the sky. Makes sense? So if you're the angel, you're looking at from the sky, you're like a plane. You look down at the ground. You would see no sky. You would only see ground. You will see this entire black will also only be the ground plane. So for your design, so right now, not only is there a sky, there's a sky, there's why I don't know why there's sky, there's grass, but also the grass doesn't make out, doesn't even cover the entire structure where the skull is emerging from. So I feel like this is where kind of like hell would break loose, you know, so this is where the skull emerges from hell, right?
Should
Where do you want the skull to emerge from?
from ground.
Yeah, so okay, so from the ground, so the ground kind of breaks open, the skull emerges from the ground. So this entire plane would be ground. Would be just rock and rubbles and ground. Make sense? And then this is angel showing from the light pointing down. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah, I can see.
And to make it look more coherent, the angel, since the angel is kind of looking this way, the skull should also be matching them. So the skull is kind of looking feminine, but the skull should be turning slightly this way and then looking at the angel. So it looks like it's a confrontation between the two of them. You right now, it looks like they're looking at the angel is actually looking like they're looking this way. You see?
Oh,
Because of the way that the face is aligned. And the skull is looking this way. They're not even looking at each other.
okay.
You see? So you need to get your angles aligned, making sure that they're all looking at the same, they're looking at each other because they're confronting each other, right? And this is entirely dark and this is entirely light because they're on two different light planes.
Okay.
Make sense?
Okay.
Yeah.
Not so much sense.
Not so much sense.
Yeah. Very. Thank
So
you.
try it. Test it out. See what happens. Before you add colors, you think about contrast.
Contrast.
Before you get any colors.
Color value.
Yeah, not color value, light values. So think about what. So this is a technique that people might do, which is where they paint in gray before you paint in colors.
Oh yeah.
So you can also do the same, where you paint it all in gray before you add any colors, just to make sure that you can get all the light edges that you want, and then you can add the elements later on afterwards.
And also, do you have like a consultation page?
I don't get to do consultation.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, but you can ask me anything you want in class.
Can I ask in team if
Yeah.
I don't have time?
Sure,
Okay,
you can
thank
ask.
you. Shoot.
Here, if I add the shadows and compositing Photoshop, it just works out thing, so you just make shadow. It's not there originally. So and then I render, I render out the nebula up and at the back, and then I put some like okay, then I add some more flash shadows. I render more like flash shadows.
Because just right now looking at it from as a whole, right? I don't see that as a. Okay, this is good.
And we have the nebula.
You need to try having it look like the nebula.
Let me show you.
Okay.
A little bit weird. The thing is,
Can you see the nebula over here?
uh,
They're not painting.
no, but I have, nebula, nebula.
I don't want to see it. So make it far up.
One more nebula. Take one more nebula layer on the top, looks different.
So the reason why I don't like nebula layer, or this why I don't like it before, one because it's super duper bright. And when it's super bright, you can't make out the shapes of the hourglass anymore. And it's kind of the main point of your design, right? It's the hourglass. So yeah, because you broke the hourglass, right? You gotta find ways to show us that this is still an hourglass, so people who have no idea, they should know that this is a broken hourglass. So having only half of it, this is nice, but look at nebula at the back, and it's so bright, so saturated. It's hard to distinguish the color of the nebula, that's the shape of the hourglass. So you guys choose one. Do you want to make up the shape of the hourglass, or do you want to show the nebula? So if you want to highlight the shape of the hourglass, you want it to have nebula.
I can just the hourglass better.
Yeah, you didn't have nebula. See, then if you want it, you can place some chart here just to show that this is a broken half of the hourglass. Just make it look more brittle. Brittle, as in like it's not broken up entirely, but there's some part of it still kind of like holding on, so that we can make out some. You know the theory that your eye will automatically feel the shape of objects. So if you have some tap here, your eye will automatically know this. The rest of the path is round. So it's a gestal theory. So so this is the idea. So when you look at it, right, your eyes automatically depending on where black is placed, you know what shape it is. And it's just it's a very human thing. If you don't need for the shape to be full or be completed to know what the shape is. But you can allude to the build shape by having some suggestive shapes. Makes sense? So if you just have a line here to show one piece of the upper part of the hourglass, it alludes to the remainder of the hourglass that's already broken. So at some part that's not broken off yet. Yeah, it looks like it's supposed to cleanly broken off right in the middle. If you want to make it look more dynamic, more like stiff, it has some part that's not broken off yet to make it feel like it's very intentionally shattered. Yeah, so access hand and play around with how else you can make it look broken. Right, you can have different degrees of being broken. Is it
Broken is broken.
even when you break a vase, there's different ways you can break a vase. Sometimes break a vase is completely broken.
Like the explosion that occurred in the middle.
Oh, so there was an explosion. Where's the explosion?
I don't know. I think in the version, so I just make it look like an explosion. Yeah.
And what kind of but you want to break, you want to stick right, or at least roots of the good shape, some parts of it. Then you can everything is very good. Oh.
để nham nhở.
It's fine, it will be. Okay. Makes sense? And then let it noise. Uh-huh.
I I hear that all day. That is why it had its nickname.
Nickname.
Yeah, Dũng Tảo. Dũng Tảo.
Dũng.
Yeah. The sea, the
Oh.
Royal Sea.
You make it sound almost soothing.
Shoot.
If it's
That's you. Hóa điên đó. Mình đây professional này.
interesting. Yes, I wasn't confused. I was just like, I did like it because it was a vortex, right? So this is why right? So he used very nice materials to use it for what I can understand. I think art.
Hi guys, we are at 8:40 p.m. and today we just do simple thing. Draw. I set up my monitor. Yep. I just set up my monitor for easy for you to see what I do. Yeah.
Take stuff and just.
Let's
Hello. Hi. I'm on. Where's Tan? Tan is probably my favorite person on the planet.
I'm your biggest fan.
I am your biggest fan. I'm Ian Hubert. I've been doing visual effects and filmmaking and kind of wacky stuff for like 25 years. In 2012, I had the crazy opportunity to work with like some of the coolest people I've ever met on Tears of Steel. And recently, like within the past couple of months, I've started making these little like lazy tutorial things because what's cool about thank you. Because what's cool about CG is like when you learn a new thing, like sometimes there's just this feeling that you're like leveling up. Like you're just like, oh, I can now simulate cloth itself, and you're just like, poof. And so it's this. I'm just trying to kind of pack that in there into little like kind of bite-sized pieces, and a lot of that involves like just camera mapping and image textures and stuff. Speaking of which, so this is a photoreal environment in Blender. Like ha 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 ha. Still though. Like photos are photoreal because they're photos, and I love image textures. And obviously, it's not all the time. Lots of people are making beautiful animations or games with these cool styles where they're not trying to go for photorealism. They're not trying to do like quick and dirty. But I work mostly in visual effects, where that is absolutely the name of the game, and they're really common. Like oh yeah. All of like those crazy cool iconic moments from 90s CG usually involve some sort of like, I think they called it photogrammetry at the time, maybe they still, I call it camera projection, projection mapping, all of that, but it's just, where you use image textures to try to like get a jump start on recreating something in the computer. And it's great because all the lighting and the textures and everything are actually baked in. They're not doing any, crazy path tracing or all of that, and like, look at that garbage can lid. It's just stuck on the wall. This thing is so low poly. In fact, I modeled it. It's about 65 polygons. Same with like the pod racing in Star Wars. That was they built the miniatures. They just put those pictures right on these low poly little environments. Or like this. Obviously, Fight Club so slick. The filmmaking and the craft is all so good. But any of you could easily do this on your laptop. Like at this point, from like a technical aspect, and that's so cool. This is like the Windows screensaver like maze with like the little rat in it. And like you can see places where like it reprojected the jug back onto the jug kind of behind it if you frame by frame, or like there's this weird, it's showing me, let's see. All right, oh, here we go. Yeah, or like there's this place where this cable looks like it's kind of intersecting the floor. That's just like a problem from the stitching, where they were stitching the different photos together, and so they slapped this big fatty cable over the top of the whole thing. And it's like, and this isn't bashing on it at all. You pause any shot, any CG shot from a movie, and you can usually start to see the human seams, where it's like you look at any shot of a city, and you'll see the duplicated assets everywhere. And yeah, I don't know what's up with this random blue ghost truck. But yeah, this is all from the power of this image projection and like UV unwrapping, which is so powerful. Unfortunately, there is this guy, and He kept me away from UV unwrapping for like literally 15 years because it's like, you take your psychedelic quilt and then you wrap that around the donut and you export that into like Photoshop and you do your paint over and then you bring it back and you line it all up and you're like, oh, that's cool. You just take the thing and you just unwrap it. And this is I know, this is CG 101. This is like, first day, this is like, yeah, but that's why I love the import images as planes. In fact, is the person who created that here? Like, it's such like an easy thing, but it's one face, it's one image. In fact, it's almost a finished wall because some philosophers have speculated that walls might be nothing more than just a single planar surface. All right, so we import it as a plane. We can extrude it a little bit. We can do it again. We can bring in a ground plane. I like to line up corners and edges because there's these microbiomes that exist in corners that are like hard to do in CG. You get that for free with image textures. Add edge loops, extrude some stuff. We're beveling. We're going to turn the lamp into a sun lamp. This is a Plunder conference. You all know exactly like how this goes. But this is a picture I took in my town, doing the exact same thing, just extruding it out, really low poly, edge loops, extruding. I like to add extra emphasis on the windows just because they're going to be high contrast areas. You can either make like the windows glossy so they're reflecting back into the environment, or set up like an image texture, behind it so it looks like it actually has some depth. I'm going to project this at a slight offset because if you project straight on, you get that shearing along that axis, and then you can just copy and paste because it's all in the computer. And it's maybe wrong, but I've started stealing things from just places, coffee shops, and like out on the street. You set it up as the camera background, model some stuff, project from view, and you just have it. And then it's easy to get carried away, so I'm like, I'm gonna make this shelf, just slapping that all together. Pop, 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 pop. And then there's this shearing, and so it's like, all right, we'll just reproject that bit and line it up with this little bit of wood down there. And it's like, this is maybe not great for like a featured thing, but if it's like a background, if you're trying to make a whole mall, that will totally cut it. In fact, anything cubic's really easy to unwrap. You don't even have to like do project from view sometimes. You just line up the initial vertices, and then you can do like edge loops and stuff, and it'll just all match. And then you just have it, and you can copy and paste it, and you can use that on like projects forever. So I worked on that shot a little bit more, and somebody asked me if I hand-painted the specular maps. It's like, no, that's just plugged into the roughness with a little clamp there, so the darker values are reflective, which is, it's not always the best way to do it, but a lot of times it can get you a surprising far way of the way. I took this photo on vacation, and then later I wanted to make this environment, so I just beveled a cube and kind of lined it all up from the camera view, reprojected, and then you can relight it, and had a little Hello environment, and check it out. My cable intersects with the ground just like David Fincher. Relighting in post is one of the very coolest side effects of this process. Like right here, modeling it, I used it used to be called Blam, but now it's FSpy. It's the standalone program that like lets you line up the camera, and it's free. It's very cool. So you can recreate the environment. That's cool. And it's pretty easy to deal with occlusions just by sliding stuff around. But the coolest part of this is now you can literally relight your images. But the even cooler thing is you can set that as an emission plane and put other CG objects in it. And look, it's direction and specific lighting and reflections on CG objects. And if you do this sort of thing, that's hard to do generally. And it's good for scenes like this where I wanted to add this grass in there, but you need every point of the room is going to have slightly different directional lighting. And so you reproject the thing back on it, you set up, you try to match the original lighting, and then you can actually kind of do that. And this is the Blender Guru Grass Essentials, which I am in love with. Did the same thing for this is a series my girlfriend's working on. It's kind of displaced spaces and kind of dream imagery, and so just set up basic room. Ignore that. You can also use it to generate shots from scratch. I was working on a gig where they never actually got any shots of this car driving, but they had a behind-the-scenes photo, so project that back on the car, and then do a little bit of animation, lots of noise modifiers, and then you've got the car driving. And they were like, what? And I was like, what? It was really fun. I recently did a gig, it's a personal project, where I wanted this floating inside of a cabin. It's supposed to be floating over the tundra. So I actually had like this real cabin that I'd filmed in, and I had all these behind the scene photos. So use the whole blam thing to kind of just streamline lining up the camera. You don't need it, but mostly just putting stuff back on the cubes, sliding stuff around. Even when you don't really get it right, it still kind of looks right. People's brains want the stuff to work. And so just mapped it all back onto there, and I was able to put this whole thing together in a deceptive free time unit, which is the area between when I think I should go to bed and decide to just poke at one more thing, and when I actually go to bed, like 3 hours later. And that's when I get most of the work done in my life, both personal, kind of like this, and professional. That's because it turns out people will totally pay you to do this too. I recently had a gig I can't talk about, but it's for a fairly well-known show with a fairly iconic set that they had torn down, and they were like, we just need a couple more shots of this set. So I watched the whole show, took frame grabs, did the exact same thing I was just talking about, rebuilt the set, and was able to render it out, and now they have that set, and people can't even tell it's CG, which is very cool. A gig I can talk a little bit about was supposed to take place, it's Ed Sheeran South of the Border, which I finished up like a week and a half ago. You guys should totally watch the music video. It's really fun. But it's supposed to have this underground spy bunker, kind of a bat cave type situation. And so, yeah, I stayed up one night and I projected some electronics onto cubes, used some assets from that cabin, was able to, those little drawers and things. And I put together this thing and I showed the director, and the director was like, I hate it. It looks like the back of a grocery store. And I was like, ouch. Okay, let's add like a little brick arch and make the screens actually light up so it looks better. And he's like, oh, I love it. And I was like, oh, phew. So yeah, all of this stuff is just camera projected. Had to stitching stuff together. The background is just a flat thing that I displaced with a depth map, because that is actually a cool thing to be able to do. Lots of little replacements and things. This was using this add-on, Car Rig Pro, where it's actually uses, you just make one curve and it handles all the physics and it snaps the wheels to the ground. And it was like, I'm not doing it justice here. Yeah, that was a fun one. Honestly, a lot of the stuff we did for this one was just the director thinking, oh, I want to be able to rework how the audience experiences like this moment. And so can we change the wall? Can we emphasize this thing, scale it bigger? And it's cool to be able to do that in post. So I want to take a second. Is this cheating? I obviously do not know architecture. I did not lay any bricks. I didn't paint anything like that. I just kind of harvested. I took a picture and I was like, yeah, I did this now. This doesn't bother me because I'm not trying to make a CG building. I'm always just trying to make an image that happens to have a CG building in it. And I'm effectively making a photo collage. And also, I'm already cheating because I'm using this mind-meltingly powerful program that can like do 2D animation and simulate water and do characters. And I kind of disagree with Tom. This is like the best program I've ever used in my entire life. It can like reconstruct cathedrals and simulate molecules. And the fact that all of us are here is just a testament to the fact that there's like these developers whose brains work in ways that like I'll never be able to like understand ever. And so this is this incredibly powerful tool, and it's changed my life. So thank you to everybody who's ever worked on it. This is... So I'm stopping for an additional sec because some of this is a little bit of an oversimplification. The technical stuff is not any harder than this. It really is. You can take stuff and just do stuff and give an impression of other things. But back in 2011, I did a talk kind of like this. Don't go look at it. But this guy came up to me afterwards, and he was very angry. He was actually very friendly, but he said I was holding out. He said I didn't explain why stuff I did looked good, and I was kind of like, well, I walked through the entire thing, but that's because it isn't just putting stuff on stuff. It's an art, and let's see. Blender's this incredible tool, but because it's a technical tool, it's very easy to confuse the craft with the technology. And just show me the buttons that you clicked in order to remake the thing that you made. But no, Blender's a legit art medium. It's the most versatile art medium I've ever encountered. And art has very, very different rules. I can teach you all to draw just right now. You just you got your paper, you got your pencil, you click. I guess now it's a left click, isn't it? And And you make a mark on the page, and that's you can draw. And it's understood then that you're going to spend the next couple decades hating everything that you do as your brain tries to reprocess how you see the world, where you turn 3D forms into 2D shapes, capturing texture, expressing it with singular lines, and all of that. And as you work, you're actually rewiring your brain. And it's exactly the same with CG. Even if you're assembling stuff with libraries, it's still like passing through you. So first of all, here's the biggest thing I've learned over the past 20 years of like doing CG. This is a city I did in like 2002, and I modeled like 3 buildings, and I was like, that's enough for a city. Yeah, and this was using Boolean. So this carport here is just like 2 cubes in there, and I was like, nope, never need anything more than that. This is, oh, it's so arty. Look at it. This is, oh, Ian Hilbert. Look at the vignette. So there's an electrical box. I was very proud of that, but obviously those pipes don't really intersect with those other pipes, which do intersect with the drainage, which is probably not very good for an electrical meter. And that was such a big hit that I just had 3 more disconnected electrical boxes in this one. And that has nothing to do with a technical limitation. I just couldn't be bothered. Same with like right here. There's this freeway overpass that could go in this hole, but instead it smashes into the retaining wall at exactly 55 miles per hour, which 2 little speed limit signs mounted 20 feet from each other will tell you. Electrical box up there on the ceiling again. Let's stick with the vignettes. But yeah, whole room full of pipes, which obviously do not go anywhere above the ceiling. And I've learned things since then. Now if I do a city, it's going to use, 1, 2, 3. Oh, well, that's a bad example. But if I do a room full of pipes, they're definitely going to terminate, off camera. That's not good. A lot of times when I teach people CG, they'll just like turn on Subsurf and start extruding stuff out and like tweaking with the things, and then they're like, man, why doesn't this look as good as the thing that you made? And like, first of all, you made like this chrome space starfish. This is the dopest thing I've seen in my entire life. But also, I spent like 3 days making the exact same thing. Like, you just don't get to the point where you think it's done yet. And that's honestly, that was the big thing that I had to learn. Like, same with this one. Like, I could have, these are used boxes. I could have added some grease and stuff. Could have added a texture. The emission plane. It's implied that this thing is like a vending machine that gives these takeout boxes, but there's not a single hole on the front that would actually be big enough for those boxes. These are things I knew. I just couldn't really be bothered, which leads me to world building, which is the name of this talk, and so far it's all been like image textures, and I'm like, what's the difference? But world building is the process where if you're working on a novel or a web series or a film or anything like that, where you think through the rules of how that world operates. It's like, what's the government or the religion or the currency or the weather or the technology, and how do these things all kind of interplay? It turns out as soon as you start this process of thinking through all of that, again, your brain begins to rewire. And the coolest part about all of it is that it means you just can be constantly engaged in everything, because like every single detail, everything people say, every little mannerism that they have, details of architecture can all be clues you can kind of just like harvest. In fact, it's usually like the little inane things, like the dents on a doorknob, or like the patterns of like wet footprints walking away, diverging in a room, or like the buildup of oils on like a door where 1,000 people have pressed. And then sometimes you feel just like so incredibly sad for no reason as you're looking at all of these things, and you're like, why am I gathering all of these details? Why am I trying to store this in my head? What am I trying to like hold on to? What am I afraid of losing? And it means you just can't stop ever. And you're not the best boyfriend ever, but you're not the worst boyfriend ever. And you start looking at like the people closest to you, and you keep trying to hold them tighter and tighter. And you want to call it love, but you know secretly deep down, it's probably fear. You know what I'm saying? 3D modeler's experience too. You start to model a thing, and then you go outside and you start noticing all these tiny little details everywhere of this thing. You see it everywhere, and you're stockpiling this new thing. You go back, you look at your model, you're like, fire hydrant, I have failed to capture your essence. You start to look it up on Wikipedia, like who first designed these things? Where was the first thing ever, where was the first fire hydrant? Can I buy one? Like, you might think I don't own a vending machine or a half dozen beacons. You also might be mistaken. Or like reader boards. I absolutely love reader boards because it's like these awkward businesses. It's their one direct channel for communicating with the public. And like, who's talking? Is it the business? Is it the owner? This one, and this asset is free on BlendSwap if anyone wants to play around with it, because the only thing better than having a weird obsession is trying to share it to other people. This one's in my town. It said the exact same thing for 4 years, and you just get to watch it phase in and out of relevance like an old friend. This one's actually a little bit of a landmark in a nearby town. It's beautiful because it's like, that's the best thing about reader boards is they're just return to dust. I did some Googling, going back in time. Like, what's an Elio pen? Oh, Delio pen. They sell T-shirts with this design on it, which is kind of, made it a little bit too popular, kind of ruined it for me a little bit. But reader boards are a great way of expressing transition, or exposition. Exposition is information that you think the viewer or the audience needs to know about your story. Oh yeah. Oops. Yeah, this is inspired by unfortunate occlusions in Amsterdam, the weekday anal tours. So exposition, yeah, it's information you think the audience should know, and it can be like counterculture groups, spray painting, obvious slogans on conveniently placed brick walls in the background. It could be news anchors talking about only crimes relevant directly to your protagonist, or newspapers talking about exactly what's relevant to everything. Which can be kind of on the nose. I like it when it's a little bit more subtle, where it's like the audience has to try a little bit harder to kind of feel out the vibe of a thing. But yeah, you can start from world building with anywhere, like with newspapers. Like you can make a personal wiki. You can go nuts. You can just keep thinking and adding all these little nodes that are connected until you've planned out the entire world. And maybe it'll make your novel better, but it's also just kind of fun. I like to go to coffee shops and do that. I've got a personal one on my website where I'm just like filling everything out, and it's good to get out and about. I like to go, listen to music and carry a notepad and just kind of do doodles and stuff and plan things out. Then you come back and you work on it in Blender, so you're using as much of your brain as possible. I always see such cool concept art, and I always think, man, I wanna have to make concept art. But it turns out the fastest way for me to think is actually mocking stuff up in Blender, because you can just rotate, scale, flip, copy, paste, and all of that instead of committing ink into a page. I draw a lot and I never have anything to do with it, so I put them all here. Okay, so I was the visual effects supervisor on this project called Prospect, which is a short film. I think it's on Netflix in certain regions now. It's really fun. And whereas most projects, I show up and the day before, the art team shows up with gray paint and a bunch of 4x8 wooden panels, and they paint them and hot glue motherboards on it. I'm it's a spaceship. These guys rented a warehouse and they spent 7 months designing everything from scratch. They designed all the sets on CAD programs, cutting them out on CNC machines, put them together like these giant puzzles. They designed their own fonts. They built actual full-size spaceships and stuff. Everything was dirty. I made this shot full CG, and then they actually built this foreground bit in real life and filmed it with their custom lenses just to add realism. You're always looking through windows. You never get this God's eye view of the entire thing. It's always you're always trapped in there with the actors, which makes it feel like when things go wrong, you don't have an easy escape, which I thought was really cool. Hey, I didn't think that would work, but that was a good old costume. I made this ship, which is basically just a reference for a guy who built a 4-foot miniature of it, and then we filmed that just to make everything kind of more textural, which was really cool. I also built this big old freighter, which lots of little greebles, and they spent a ton of time trying to figure out the exact way that the lighting would pass over all of this stuff. The hardest part was actually the containers, because they're all covered in these in-world logos and things that you can barely even see. But yeah, figuring out the lighting for this required a lot of planning. We mocked up little things. In the end, we just kind of put a thing on an arm and tried to kind of match it up because it made continuity a little bit of a pain in the butt. But let's see. Oh yeah, one of the biggest references was old Apollo imagery, because that's how it actually looks. It turns out when you're exposed for daylight, you don't see a lot of stars. That's only when you have a long exposure. And this wasn't Blender, but this was 2,000 shots of just adding this constant dust anytime they're out on a planet. Which, if you have a chance to put dust into 2,000 shots over the period of a summer, I recommend go for it. I also have a bunch of personal gigs I'm trying to wrap up. This is kind of a continuation of a Dynamo web series I've been working on since forever, but this is kind of a reboot type thing. And some of it takes place in this market, and I've just been going nuts, letting myself go crazy with the little details and stuff. I love designing maps that exist in world, because it's somebody in the world built this map for other people that are also in the world, and it's fun to kind of be able to exist in that zone. Hey, it's the tower from Church of Steel, because they released it open source. Yeah, just lots of little little bits. My friend Paul Spooner helped make this subway map. If you're working on a story, it's actually really cool to start off with a map, because then when a character goes from A to B, you know like what that experience is like, and it actually helps you kind of like tell the story. And I love CG, but also it's nice to be able to film something without having to spend months doing post work on it. So we tried to build a full set in our garage. Actually, I bought a church a couple of years ago out in the wet woods, and I'm trying to turn it into like a film studio thing, which has been fun, a challenge. And but it's got lots of room for building sets and wacky stuff like that. And of course, we mocked it up in Blender first. And then I took pictures of that, mapped that back onto 3D geometry so that I was able to do cuts like, this is all real, this is CG. And this is a very slow way to make a film, but it's very rewarding. So yeah, here's the green screen. If you keep things messy enough, you don't have to put up a lot of tracking markers. They just are built in. And this is just to show off this amazing shadow casting chicken nightmare. Oh, thank you. This is fun because you'll notice we built the entire back of the set, and that means we're able to film all of the close-ups and stuff and 90% of the footage without any CG. Then we just back up and we're able to fill in that in-between area after the fact really quick. Kind of same with this one. I built this fake fire escape type thing going on right here, and yeah, and he barely includes any CG, so we're able to do this like really quick. You can see behind his head, there's still definitely a reflection with some trees, but I know a CG guy who's going to deal with that. I just haven't wanted to do it yet. So making these lazy tutorials has been. Model a moth in a wings down position. Moths are pure chaos, so don't stress too much. Add a base key and a new shape key and put the wings up. Add a key and a noise modifier in the graph editor to make the wings just go nuts. Duplicate the moth, offset the noise modifier, and again, exactly 6 times. No, I don't care. Make the moths a new collection. Moths. Make an emitter object and give it a particle system. Have all the moths start on the first frame with a good lifetime. Have it render as a collection. Moths. For physics, select Boids. Oh yes! Turn the mass way down. Look at that. But can we teach them to love? Make a lamp. In the Boid brain, create only one rule. Follow the leader. Their leader is and shall always be lamp. Tweak a couple settings. It's unavoidable. Mostly mass, max speed, angular velocity, and personal space. Oh yeah, it's a pain, but no one gets into moth wrangling for the adrenaline. Hey, check it out. They like the lamp. Now that you have this, put them anywhere. You can make a lazy scene and add moths, and people will be like, wow, you even added moths. And you'll be like, yeah, I did, and I taught them to love. Moths add realism to anything. So that's one of the lazy tutorials, which I kind of just made for fun, but like now that's been seen hundreds of thousands of times, and all these people are like, wow, that makes Blender look really easy. I'm going to download it right now. And it's like, that's not exactly an introductory tutorial, so I spend a lot of time in the YouTube comments just trying to kind of give tech support or direct over to like, donut tutorials and things like that. But like this image right here, it was kind of a throwaway image. I just made it because I needed a demo for the end of the tutorial. But like I had that lamp growing up, and the reason it's on this grassy hill overlooking a city is like I'm trying to channel Gasworks Park, which is this place I spent a lot of like cool summer nights, or conceivably Kiki's Delivery Service. Because that's my girlfriend's favorite movie, and we'll watch that and feel good. And I normally add like camera shake to my shots, but I was remembering this scene I filmed in grass with this cheap handmade dolly that like looked kind of like $1 million, even though it only cost 40. And like the depth of field is shallow because like using old 2012 DSLRs, like suddenly you could shoot with like a narrow depth of field, and everybody was like, that's the cinematic look. Now of course we know that was actually the 2012 DSLR YouTube look. And from a technical sense, if you're filming at night, you need to open the aperture to get more light in there. I also, sorry, the slides are. I also made a music video with this exact concept like 4 years ago. Drove across the town, jumped around doing that. The grass, I was obsessed with grass. I was like, I'm gonna draw the grass. I have to capture its grassy essence. And then Blender Guru released the grass essentials, and my soul was like, I am at peace. And I was like, no, but I didn't do it. And my soul was like, I don't care. And I was like, I kind of want to do it though, and my soul was like, look, kid, this thing is wild rye, uncut. Learn your place. And I was like, oh, hey, all right. The beacons in the background are something I filmed at like my best friend's brother's wedding. And like when I was a kid, my dad worked in radio, and he'd take me out to the transmitter buildings, and I'd wait in the van so the radiation from the transmitter site wouldn't like fry my brain. And I'd sit there and I'd just look up at all these beacons kind of blinking. And my point is that every experience we've had and all of that all goes into who we are and how we process everything. You are a giant neural network, and that's why I get excited whenever anybody's saying they're going to make a film or art or anything, because they're going to be making something that only they can make. So what if you've never done anything like this? What if you've never done CG or world building or anything like that? Is it? I like to get kind of pretentious and be like, yes, I've spent 3 decades observing and making these little lists of the oil on the doors. But you don't need that if you have really good reference. And it's true. Like most of us, when we think of a house or a plane or a car, we have this kind of cartoonish version. And so then when we try to translate into a medium, we try to draw or do it in 3D, we end up with something we're not entirely proud of. And that's because it's an accurate representation of an inaccurate mental concept. Reference straight up bypasses that. And like I know that the translation from observation to mental concept to personal like representation could be that's as good of a definition of art I've ever heard, but there's no reason you can't try to help improve and make more accurate that mental concept. And once you start this process, like once you start thinking in terms of breaking things down in CG for Blender, it starts to kind of take over. Like nature's great for this because it's random, straight random, following very organized rules. And I've started getting into procedural textures. Oh, and it turns out Blender has like great tools for simulating both randomness and order. Once you start getting into procedural textures, you start to see this stuff absolutely everywhere. Like, yeah. Oh yeah, that's yeah. Oh, pine cone, yeah, we can do that. Oh, look at that, that's actually the same pattern on the grass and both the dappled sunlight. Oh, Voronoi, yeah. Yeah, and you start seeing it's just these same kind of patterns overlapped over each other, and it becomes kind of addicting. Like water is, famously easy straightforward to reproduce procedurally. And so as I was in the middle of doing this presentation, I went out to eat and it started pouring rain in the parking lot, and I'm like, I think we can do that. I knew there was a texture node that kind of looked like Swiss cheese. It turns out it's Voronoi. And I was like, all right, if those Swiss cheese holes are passing through a plane and we use that cross-section to power displacement, maybe that would look like ripples. And it would be kind of weird that the ripples get big and then, as the cross-section goes through, gets small again. But if we go big enough, maybe we can capture kind of the essence of that thing. And this is nothing compared to actual procedural artists. This is like a fraction of a percent, but it's like, I'm just getting into it and I'm really excited. So that's, I've shown it to you. On the same note, traffic. As long as everything's moving at the same speed, it's really easy. But I was like, all right, I got this. So I tried to do a physics sim, and it was, so many casualties. So I tried to do the same thing with everything constrained to one axis, and all the traffic kept backing up, and cars were trying to go, but there wasn't room in the intersection, so everybody was getting angry, and then I was like, oh, wait a second, I've simulated traffic too well. I actually had better luck with this dark spaghetti, where I did this, and then I just took this Boolean to a little cross-section there, just for trying to capture the essence. And it turns out, it doesn't look good, but the concept's kind of fun. And once you start kind of thinking fourth dimensionally, the whole traffic thing kind of makes sense. That one doesn't have a successful representation yet because I haven't actually figured out traffic. Same with Greebles. Anything technologically complex on a mass scale, you can kind of abstract that, and then people are like, oh, that looks like it does a thing, like the outside of a Star Destroyer covered in all the little doobly bits. Normally I make all of my own stuff, but I saw some NASA models for sale, and I was like, oh, look, that's just a Greeble cube with a rocket coming out of it. Oh, I love it. And that, obviously the rockets, I UV unwrapped. No, I didn't. I set up these little vertices there so that the generative box mapping that I used to swear by back in my last talk in 2011 would know where the boundaries are. So don't listen to anything I say because that's don't do that. So that's basically it. Observe the world, use reference, don't be afraid to overthink, have fun, not too much fun. If you're just trying to make a thing, use photo scans, which I didn't talk about, but you guys know photo scans. Don't reinvent the wheel. There's a photo scan. So I also have that kind of a 3 minutes of a thing I've been working on. Do we have 3 minutes? Yeah? All right. This is a thing. It's good. It isn't playing yet because this is so not done. And you'll see it. The audio is just stuff I dumped on there. Get to give the disclaimer. And so don't, I'm going to talk over it, actually.
Oh my God, look at my forehead. Jesus Christ. Okay. Đứng dậy, nói. Mày tôi cho tao ở chỗ nào? Đứng dậy, nói.
Tôi đang cân nhắc lắp thêm nhà vệ sinh mới mà không muốn khoan cắt sàn.
Với Sandy Toilet, anh dễ dàng
Gửi tiền tại ACB. Tết tới, tiền tài tới. ACB, Tết tiền tài tới.
Tết này, Đen cùng Number One muốn truyền cảm hứng cho các ước mơ. Tiếp năng lượng, bền đam mê. Bản lĩnh của bạn đã sẵn sàng cho 2025. Nạp rất
Đánh chuyên dở ra nhé.
chỉ thơ mẹ em mất không, mẹ em đã không đi tìm một người đang gian khổ. Nhưng mẹ em biết không, rằng anh không muốn sẽ lâu dài, mà em không muốn về lâu dài. Trời đất ơi, không lẽ mình sẽ chẳng bao giờ tìm đến nhau. Trời đất ơi, không lẽ anh biết một câu chuyện chẳng đến đâu. Càng có rồi, mà rồi thì không mất nào. Đùa với tôi, ở trong tâm trí nào, chuyện gì mà rồi. Em còn đang băn khoăn, mà anh cứ lo anh không thể chờ đến lúc anh. No, 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 no. Anh là thôi cứ cho, là thôi cứ cho anh không khước từ. Bởi vì ta cứ cho đi dần dần, mà chưa bao giờ có đến đâu. Hay là thôi, là mai anh cứ sẽ lâu dài, hoặc chẳng ai muốn sẽ lâu dài. Trời đất ơi, không lẽ mình sẽ chẳng bao giờ tìm đến nhau. Trời đất ơi, không lẽ anh biết một câu chuyện chẳng đến đâu. Chẳng làm bỏ tôi, mà tôi đã không có nào. Đùa với tôi, ở trong tâm trí nào, chuyện gì mà giờ ra. Sorry, mời chị Thỏ Cho Ma lên sân khấu ạ. Để hát ca khúc mới nhất của Paramore ạ.
Đi bạn ở trên kia rồi.
Nâng sao bạn anh nhìn thấy gì?
Thế thì lên đi, đứng các ông bảo.
Hãy subscribe cho kênh Ghiền Mì Gõ để không bỏ lỡ Một bài nữa. Chúc mừng quay lại với thị trường India. Nơi tất cả khán giả đều nghèo ạ. Sau đây là bài hát tiếp theo. Cho mình bọn mình đánh mấy bài nào dễ dễ mà vui vui nhá. Tại lâu rồi bọn mình không biết là đi tập nhạc để làm gì nữa. Mình giỏi thế này rồi thì đi tập nhạc để làm cái gì? Không hiểu. Lúc nào đánh hai cái kiểu nó hay quá rồi không đi. Cho xin bài đốt đi.
Tìm cảm hứng cho năm mới cùng Romano Grandiose mới với nghi thức lên hương vươn ý chí thêm bản lĩnh tiếp uy lực, chất hương trầm ngọt mạnh mẽ, khơi mở thành công vàng lên hương uy.
anh em chịu khó chơi nhá. Tại sao mình cứ tập thì mình lại phải chơi? Bài này tên là Mổ. Thời gian trôi qua đâu hơn ngày nào, tình bao ngày trong giấc mơ cũng còn đâu.
Châu đỏ, cái bài này là thời gian của tỉnh Châu đỏ.
Trời ơi trong gió
Thời gian của tỉnh Châu đỏ.
chiều lá đã mùa màng, ai đang vô tình đi qua góc phố những kỷ niệm xưa. Xem ra hôm nay thân hình đã chất thêm một lần. Và những dư vị ngọt và những dư vị nhạt rồi lẫn nhau khó đoán. Và những giây phản xạ chạy rất xa tới chỗ ai qua. Xem xung quanh xem mình có bất kỳ cái gì. Đêm lang thang để tôi còn mong muốn thấy cái gì. Một phút giây giật mình, một chút bất thình lình, một cái màu trắng. Giữa những ngày lặng ngày, giữa những chiều lặng ngày, giữa những đêm trắng, đêm trắng, đêm trắng. Tôi chỉ muốn mình tìm lại những giấc mộng xưa gió đã sao bây giờ cũng chẳng thấy. Tôi chỉ muốn mình tìm lại những mộng nghe anh nói một lời rồi trong người. Tôi chỉ muốn mình tìm lại những giấc mộng như lúc ấy mình tìm vào hai con mắt. Tôi chỉ muốn mình tìm lại những giấc mộng, chỉ muốn mình tìm lại những giấc mộng. Xem xung quanh xem mình có mất đi cái gì. Đêm lang thang để tôi còn mong muốn thấy tìm lại thì hãy tìm lại trong mỗi người một mình, một chút bất thình lình, một cái màu trắng. Giữa những im lặng này, giữa những chiều lặng này, giữa những đêm trắng, đêm trắng, đêm trắng. Chỉ mong rằng mong bài ca này không có ý nghĩa gì, chỉ là một chút vâng vâng vì tôi chỉ muốn đi tìm lại những giấc mộng xưa gió làm sao bây giờ tôi chẳng thấy đâu. Chỉ muốn đi tìm lại những âm nhạc để anh có một đời sống và chất biết đâu. Chỉ muốn đi tìm lại những giấc mộng như lúc ấy mình đến bằng hai con mắt. Tôi chỉ muốn đi tìm lại những giấc mộng, chỉ muốn đi tìm lại những giấc mộng. Hãy còn đứng quanh đây mơ mà xin đừng quay lại, don't quay lại, hãy cho tôi một lần nhìn thấy giấc mộng.
Tôi muốn lắp đặt thêm một nhà vệ sinh nhưng không muốn khoan cắt sàn.
Đừng lo, với Sandy Toilet, anh không cần phải khoan cắt sàn. Anh có thể lắp đặt nhà vệ sinh ở bất cứ đâu.
SFA, lắp đặt dễ quá.
Những bài mình tập cái gì nhỉ? Tức là em không đầu ạ. Thi thoảng bọn mình khi mà thu đĩa ấy, bọn mình sẽ có những cái bài mà bọn mình thích diễn ở các quán bar như thế này trước để xem là mọi người có thích không. Thì bọn mình đang bận thu sản xuất đĩa mới, bài mới. Tin này chắc là nó cũng không hay lắm đâu, nhưng mà bọn mình sẽ thu vài 1.900 ở trong đấy, có một vài tên là 1.900. Nhưng mà mình không biết là thu kiểu gì luôn ấy, nhưng mà có nhớ đâu kiểu bản này xong luôn rồi thì anh em chịu khó thu thử xem như nào nhá. Và kiểu như là mình cứ coi như là xong luôn, nên kiểu có gì nếu mà có cái năng lượng gì mà mình lấy lại được trong buổi tối ngày hôm nay, biết đâu nó sẽ tốt ở trong cái album, được không ạ? Cảm ơn mọi người rất nhiều. Và sau đây là ca khúc 1900.
15 năm đồng hành cùng rap, Đen đã không ngừng bước đi trên một hành trình đầy đam mê. Tết này, Đen cùng Number One muốn truyền cảm hứng cho các ước mơ. Tiếp
Mỗi lần mà anh nói chuyện với em, anh lại cảm thấy trái tim anh đau thắt lại bởi vì anh không hiểu được nữa. Làm sao mà em đi mua rau lúc 6:30 mà 3 giờ sáng em về đến nhà? Anh bảo này, anh đã thấy em trên nghìn chiếc hoa, khoác vai thằng chiếc trên hoa, lắc lư theo nhau. Em hiểu không? Ôi nhưng là thôi, đừng nói dối em chỉ làm trái tim đau. Uống xong người đã đi đâu mà sáng mới về nhà. Nói được câu gì khi mà tim em vỡ tan. Anh đứng đây mà thở than, thở than hết ngày. Đúng rồi. Nhưng mà bây giờ anh có mà tươi cười, có mà tươi cười khi mà anh lại nhìn em bước đi. Nhưng mà tốt hơn là trước khi anh nói chỉ đắc tội rồi. Nhưng mà em ơi, anh đã thấy em trên nghìn chiếc hoa, khoác vai thằng chiếc trên hoa, lắc lư theo nhạc. Thôi thôi thôi, đừng nói dối em chỉ làm trái tim đau. Uống xong người đã đi đâu mà sáng mới về nhà. Nhờ anh ơi, nhờ anh nói thôi, người ta hiểu anh này, anh nói là
sau đây là bài cuối cùng rồi ạ. Các bạn muốn hát bài hay, bài hay đúng rồi ạ. Cảm ơn các bạn đã đến show của chúng mình. Cảm ơn Polygon đã cho một buổi tối rất là tuyệt vời. Kiểu mình thực sự cảm thấy đắm chìm trong âm nhạc trong buổi tối ngày hôm nay. Mọi người có thấy thế không ạ? Chưa ạ? Disney. Hôm nay rồi là giờ mà chúng ta chuẩn bị ai về nhà nấy. Sau đây là bài lần cuối mọi người. Sẵn sàng chưa? Mọi người chỉnh tề chưa? Bài này hát mặc phải đẹp. Bài này hát là trông phải đẹp. Mọi người make up lại. Xem lại mình trong quay lên nào, lung linh nào, lung linh. Có phải đàn em phu các bạn không bằng fan của Jacob Collier rồi, các bạn có thể làm một cái dàn hợp sướng giùm mình được không? Cho mình xin cái giọng hát của các bạn được không? Đúng là dân văn phòng mà. Xin lỗi nhá. Quanh lần cuối rừng cây lá ngậm ngùi, rừng phong báo tin vui gì, chỉ có che màn mưa làm im như ta. Em không nói một lời,
trong tay áo anh đừng nhớ tan sông hương đầu cho cái tâm anh đừng nhớ tan sông ra sao phải sống mà ra.
Tết này trao quà lộc đỏ.
Do I help his ass? All right.
Thomas offered you £40. Would you like to purchase this keyboard? Oh no. Why did you make an offer then? Oh no. Alright, mate. Please don't waste other people's time. Shut it!
Yeah, I see why. Pathetic. Just because, you know, it should match the wing. Fucking hell. Yeah, I need a break. I need a break.
Tết này, điều gì khiến ai đó đặc biệt? Có phải vì
Oh, okay. Nope.
Yup. Better. I'm so done talking here. Okay, that's a I'll go change clothes and I will go to campus.
Alo, ba gọi con gì? Con đang ở trên campus rồi, sao? Alo. Cái gì? Ủa, sao ba biết hay vậy? Đúng rồi, ủa gì hả? Con vừa mới làm xong rồi, con vừa mới đi xong rồi. Nhớ. Ủa, vừa nhớ luôn á, vãi mèo ghê vậy. Này nữa mà, thằng nhá. 10 điểm nha.
Anh biết em rõ. Yes. Okay, so it's going to give you the biggest last week. So let me introduce a bit about the company. So we are from the LB. So we are the double web page developer to B2B. Okay, so we are from the benefits from the double web page developer. So we specialize in education and community for the blockchain web page development. We have been on. We have available for all education in the in the county we have drawn down with the forum community on Facebook. We provide a nice playground for every blockchain web page. Where you can provide insights into as well. If you want to learn more about blockchain web page specific or technology needs, somebody can give you to throw blockchain web page really in the next one to make us stand out from the rest of the world. So for the education side, so we have successfully trained for more than 500 developers via online courses, bootcamps. So our online courses serve as the fundamental structures for anyone who wants to dive deeper into machine learning and Web3 industry. And these courses are totally free. The interface in the business model is usually so for the client to make the revenue and applications requested from them. So usually to collaborate with their team and support them to spread their awareness by organizing bootcamps and running marketing campaigns to onboard new developers for the ecosystem to get to more about the new technology like blockchain Web3 like with that situation. And so far we have worked with Amazon, Google, Three, Demo, and experience by organizing bootcamps and and 3 5 projects based on the requirements to support and integrate ecosystems. Also, from sheet of it is now a visual exercise. For example, it is for so we have developed websites for 3 with network content. So this is really when also having the collaboration. Also, our recorded by Academy lecturers with the program, like with the format of Udemy, Coursera, or Postman as well. And with these programs will do the open education platform, which is one kind of for our distributed these courses. So that's a lot of information. If you have any questions regarding our framework activity, please we will have your student coming in. I do.
mấy bạn mình muốn sống mình định đầu em nó làm chung tay với là không mình không có cách nhau thì cái bài nó trộn đáng phải cái này
em không có đấy không như cái nghĩ là như biết trước tôi nhớ lúc mà sau này nhớ rồi em nhớ rồi em làm cái chuyện này tới rồi bên BVN hiện tại là chưa thấy nó thì mà anh thì có mới chưa tại vì nó hát sử dụng là
em bắt một số lát
vị trí thực sự được
sẽ mua là gì nó tâm để nhìn đến thời trang
em có thấy một cái tính là nhiều đây thì nhiều đây thì
But then how about so this is group 3, right? Everyone knows, right? So this is, we should be here, right?
Yeah.
Mindy, I'm talking about things. You come back and we do the quiz. So this is it today. Không có thêm nữa hả? Rồi.
Không có nhà học luôn.
So cái gì?
Học hết rồi, they skip the class.
Did they skip the makeup and they're coming at 3 o'clock or cook we had?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now, yeah. I used to teach it, but now he does.
Okay.
Why? You guys got lâu mới tới đó mà. You guys got another year or two, right?
Không có tới được đâu, nhiều có một drop major luôn. Why?
It gets a lot better.
Sao bạn nói vậy?
Look, they put. I think I explained it right. They put hai ông thầy bí lực khó nhất at the front to get you guys right. After that, cuộc đời lấy người xem hoa vui vẻ.
Well, but they're also rented there. We do know that.
Okay, he's what? You guys.
They say that rented
Yes.
is
Rumor.
so unreasonable for his grading.
No, you guys get the. Nhanh quá, I can't trick you guys.
Yay. Maybe I know
I'm just
more.
kidding. I yeah. Huh?
Maybe I know more than.
Okay. Okay, so what have the what's the word on the streets about all the teams? I'd like to hear what you guys I know so far you mentioned Reddick.
Rennick? That's how it is. It's like we have met him in
the talk show or anything like that.
Yeah.
There's Vernick there, and I also know a lot of people in third year, second year school, and they talk about it. And they say Vernick are like unreasonable at grading stuff.
Okay.
But if you can possibly, we can still give you a CR. And you don't even know why you get that score. But Martin is reasonable though.
Okay.
More reasonable.
Okay. Anyone else? You talk about anyone else? Like, just those people? This Renee, that's it, like, what?
James Bible.
Okay.
James Bible. Then they did live in
I don't, I call more kind of like, Yang Hall.
Oh, Yang Hall là cái ông
The
đầu
bald
chọc
guy,
đúng
yeah,
không?
and then the other one is Yang Mai, so
Yeah,
I.
yeah. What? Đúng rồi, rồi bún. Hay là cái Yang Hồ hay chị hả?
Okay.
Rồi cô Bian xong rồi.
You gotta say good things about them?
Yeah.
See? See? Không lấy những bỏ đâu hả? Oh, Tom. Oh. What did they say about me? Okay. But no, I think the teachers sound like, yeah, you guys will learn a lot. They're good. You know. Don't be too worried or scared. Okay. All right. Let's do this. So you're telling me that you're telling me you move off program just because of
No, I'm just kidding.
it's because of what? You know what? Let me tell you something. In about 5 more years, it won't matter which United we all are, right? Things are gonna change so fast. I don't even know what profession will survive even, you know? It's pretty crazy. Anyway, we'll have that discussion later. Okay, I'm going to
Má nhận được tôi kể từ phần này xưa giờ phải tụi bạn mình đi chỉ tới đó thôi hả mày? Mày á.
Oh, testing. You guys upload your files to this right here. For now, me and Lynn will open up and start talking. I'll wait till Min gets back and then we'll do the quiz after, okay? Because I don't know anything about it. Yeah, I've been supervising. Yeah, I think next semester I'm not supervising though. No one contacted me. Usually, they usually contact you about a month or two before the next project. Yeah. Yeah, I've supervised for the last 2 years straight. Okay. I think around maybe about another half hour I'll probably get some Domino's pizza or something. And give you. Okay, anyone upload their video yet? Okay, upload here for review. Huh? Martin will take a look who no, or who will review. Huh? Yeah. Cool. Okay, we got our first one, right? Make sure it's recording. Let me see. Where's the loop? Oh. Where is it? Yeah, no good look back. Yeah, yeah. Hôm nay gì bằng tiếng đi. No. Player should have a loop. Huh. This is no longer bằng tiếng, this is mất dạy. Right? Like. Okay, like how much? So I like. Okay. Let's do. I am forced to download, I guess. Repeat, see? All right. Okay, so let's take this one by one. All right. Good, okay. Have you graded the mushrooms against your background yet? Okay, okay, so, okay. You see the mushroom to make it match the background? Okay, it's not clear on the projector, but if you look on the screen, right? Look at the levels of the mushroom. The darks are really darks compared to the background trees, right? So you need a tool to lift up the darks there, or to, to grade it correctly. Also the lights, your lighting actually it's hard to tell right now. It seems like, well, not considering the area light yet, but if you look at the direction of the light, right? The direction of light is coming from around 7:30 o'clock. In the back, it's in the back of the cameraman. The light source. No, it's in the back. Okay. Look, if I'm the cameraman, right? You see the shadow? It's in back of the mushroom, right? That means the light is coming from this way down, right? From this way, 7 o'clock. I've been doing this for 20 years. Come on. All right. So the light is coming from 7 o'clock, but your natural light, it's kind of super diffused. But from what I'm looking at the shadows here, it's probably around 11, 10:30, 11, somewhere on there, right? So you need to adjust your light from here to go up to here, kind of, right? Shadow-wise, you see how there's a sharp shadow here and there's a light shadow here? Okay, I have to explain this with you guys so you guys understand. I did this in the Monday's class, but not with you guys. So let me talk about this, why you get area shadows, why you get sharp, and why you get soft shadows, right? Okay, so let's look at the board over here and I'll start drawing. I need markers. Okay, so let's look at this. Sorry. Okay, so let's look at this. I'm going to talk a little about rendering and EV versus cycles, so you understand a little bit things, right? So we got two types of renderers. We got cycles and we have EV, right? Anyone using EV in this class? You okay? Do you know why you're using EV? Way faster. Yeah. Okay. So the difference between these two objects is one is a rasterizer, right? And one is a ray tracer. Okay. Right? You guys know what this is? Yes. Right. All right. Okay. And in fact, NVIDIA at their keynote, they just announced something really crazy with ray tracing. So it's they're using AI to predict the next 2 or 3 pixel things. So now you get real-time ray tracing. It's pretty crazy stuff. But anyway, what is this? When you set up a cycles, you see that there is a camera, an object, and a light source, right? Right? So what a ray trace does is it actually traces the light angle to the object, to the camera, and it calculates all the information, and it figures out, right? That's what we call a ray trace. It actually traces, right? How many rays it traces is what you see is how many samples. When you type in 200 samples, you get 200 rays. and everything else it tries to average out or guess in between, that's why you get noise. So the lower the samples, the more it has to guess, the higher the noise. Does that make sense so far? Okay? So that's cycles, but it's very accurate. It's following 1920, like 100-year-old research based off of rocket science. You guys know? Rocket science figures out heat, how heat is distributed, heat transfer. So they found out that rendering uses the same exact formula, right? So it's like how much heat hits the surface, bounce hits another surface, how much it loses heat, and so on. So how much heat and light, same thing. EV is a rasterizer. It doesn't do any of this, right? What EV does is it looks at a whole frame and goes, what can I do to this one thing in layers? So it rasterizes. Okay. So this just looks at the overall image. Okay. And it just does stuff, right? Image, and it just does a function or a job or, you know. So let's just call it a function, right? So whatever frame that it's doing is just look at it, apply it onto the next one, but it does multiple layers, okay, one by one, not individual, okay? So when you have something like this, a lot of things does not get calculated but cheated, okay? So we call this a very good cheater, right? Okay. All right, now that we understand the cycles does ray tracing, why do we get shadows like that, right? Okay, so you have to imagine this is your ground, and you have like a surface here, something like a rock or something, right? Now, when now there's a couple of different lights to consider. You have point light. You have an area light, right? An area light can be however wide, right? And you have the sunlight, right? Or the parallel light. The sunlight covers everything here and this goes down, right? So you have these three types of light generally, right? So let's talk about the point light first. You guys ever use a point light before in EV? Like one little tiny, right? What happens if you use a point light is it will shoot one ray here, right? And it will make a very sharp shadow, right? Because all it's doing is point, there's no parallels to it, so it's doing that, it's shooting out, right? And when it's just coming from one point, you get very sharp shadows. Okay, does that make sense so far? Now, when you expand that out more, right? So an area shadow is really a bunch of little points on a grid. When you expand that out, now you shoot a light over here, right? This gets calculated, right? But anything closer to here is very tight, very sharp, right? For this, right? Okay. And then, so you also have this ray shooting over here, this ray is shooting over here, and when you have these rays crossing over, right? When you have a bunch of rays crossing over, the one that's hitting this a lot becomes sharp, but the rays that are hitting to here, right? Because of this right here, you get sharp and then soft shadows, right? And then sharp again. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to everyone now? So the rays that are getting shot over here are all of these sharing a point somewhere up here, right? That's kind of the wrong end. That's it. Thank you. Okay, now, when you have a sunlight, that's a completely different story too, right? Everything gets shot down depending on the angle. Now, the interesting thing about a sunlight is you can put the sunlight anywhere, right? Because it's the sun. But in 3D, the tricky thing about in 3D is when you have a sunlight, you're like thinking, if I move it over here, how come my shadow's not moving, right? But it doesn't matter where you put it, it's how you rotate the sun. Does that make sense so far? Only in 3D programs. Like every 3D program has learned to do that. Okay, so if you have a sunlight, right, here's a sun, light, and here's the planet Earth, right? Now, can you imagine you're in a little software in your little computer here? Whether you move the sun this way or this way, it doesn't matter, right? The Earth is huge. It's representing it, right? Does that make sense? So you'd have to move it like whatever, like hundreds of kilometers to see that shifting, right? Right? So they all assume that the sunlight is somewhere right there. So now what affects it is the rotation of the sunlight when you rotate it this way, right? And so what they're saying is really when you rotate the sun, then it really rotates around the Earth that way. Okay? So you get these shadows. Okay? So in your scene, how you fix that is you rotate the sun. So no, let's put the Earth here now, right? Because effectively in Blender, the sun is always shooting like this, no matter where you put the sun, and even no matter how close you put it to the ground, it's still going to calculate one, right? But whether you rotate it this way, then the shadows will rotate, right? Okay. So if you want, and earlier we said that's about 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock, you want to probably rotate it just a little bit, right? Okay. Now, for the soft shadows, wait, are you using area lights?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys want to, if you're doing an outdoor shot like that and you're compositing, you want to use sunlight, okay? Because when you use area lights like that, you get this problem, right? Yeah, so the software is really calculating these things based off of this. Okay. So now the next step is the sun. When you put this here, you'll see that there's an angle, right? Now the angle is misleading too. You have a very thin angle and a very sharp angle, right? And the bigger the angle, the softer the shadow, right? So there's two coding things about the sun thing that tricks people when you first use it. The rotation. If you're not really rotating the sun, you're kind of rotating the Earth. Or you're rotating the time the sun is. Okay, so if you rotate the sun here and you rotate it this way, it's kind of like having the sun over here. And that's why your shadows go that way, right? But really, it doesn't matter where you put the sun. The second one is this angle. You think angle, why am I doing angle and why is the shadows getting softer, right? Well, it's the reason why they do that is, remember I said if you have a small spot light, then the shadows are sharp. But if you make it an area, the shadows are soft. Well, that angle is kind of like cheating and saying that's your area light being bigger. So the bigger your area light, the softer your shadows become. That means you get confused. Do you understand? You look when I believe. You sure? If I ask you. Okay, let me know if you guys don't understand this. I can explain again in a different way. But the important thing is once you understand this, you can light any scene realistically. It becomes a lot easier. Okay, so what happens? So here's another question: is why do we even do this? I mean, how can we get away with something like this, right? Well, the reason why we do this is the sun acts like a diffuse. Right? It can be a diffuse. So when you shoot in the morning or on a cloudy day, all the clouds and the water humidity in the sky acts like a diffuser on a photo shoot, right? You guys ever go take a photo portrait of your family? Right? No? Or your family leave you at home? Gia đình mình mang con chó theo chương trình để thằng bé về. You never see the family portrait? Never. Okay. So when you go, I say this without making you bold. When you go take a picture, a family portrait, you see photographers put a diffuser, right? That diffuser is that thing that when a heavy light hits, it diffuses the light more evenly out. Light bulbs. Yeah. And the reason why they do that is so you don't have harsh shadows. Can you imagine a flash coming in your nose creates like a really sharp shadow on your face? Right? It's very ugly. So what the diffuser does is it makes that shadow softer up, right? So photographers are really good at using the right kind of diffuser, placing it so you get like a nice scope, light scope around the thing. Okay. Essentially, when you widen the angle of the sun in Blender, you're making a bigger diffuser, and that's why you're getting softer shadow. So just think of angle as diffuser level. Okay. So and when you go shoot on a location site like that, you see the background has a lot of soft angles, right? Soft shadows. So that means there was some clouds in the sky or humidity, right? The sun wasn't at its best day, and so you get that. And that's why I recommended earlier. It's always good to shoot around in the morning when there's still water in the environment. So you get, and then by the time you get to noon or afternoon, all the water disappears in the environment. You get harder shadows. And harder shadows tend to be a little bit trickier to composite, right? So, okay, so we've got that out of the way. Okay, I'll talk about this. Who's using, only you two are using Eevee? Oh, you are? Are you using Cycles or Eevee on that one? You using Eevee on that one?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's break it down even further. No, you can, but we just. How can you not remember? Eevee doesn't produce area cover. Okay. Eevee doesn't. There we have it. Does that remember? Huh? Lightweight noise. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong. Okay. Huh? Okay, so you know, check real quick, and so that I can. If I was to guess, but you do have that's weird. So I'm looking at the shadow here. You got sharp shadows here, and you got soft here. That tells me cycles, right? Yeah. Okay. Huh? Okay. All right. Is it Cycles or Eevee? Okay, I'm thinking Cycles because Cycles. Okay. If I had to guess, because of the area shadows, right? Okay. All right. So we don't have much to discuss now. Just use Cycles, and I just explained it. So maybe I explained it to these guys. Eevee now, right? Okay. Anyone else having shadow troubles or light in your scene, or maybe we'll get up.
I don't know how to add shadow.
Ooh, that's a... You don't know how to add shadows? Or are you looking for like a tool where it says create shadows? You mean you create light and that produces shadows?
Yeah.
Huh? What do you mean by you don't know how to create shadows?
Like my render doesn't include the shadow.
Okay, all right. Wait, give me a second. Now that I'm here with these guys, for your EV project, you have any troubles with their EV looking not real or anything like that? Based off of this. No? You got it? I find that hard to believe. Huh? Okay, I'll check the orders and we'll see. Okay. All right, you guys. Okay. So. All right, so we talked about the shadows here. The next one is if you're gonna use cycles, I would use subsurface scattering for the mushrooms. It will look a lot real, right? So if you have something organic like the mushroom head right here, the reason why it's plastic, right? What shade are you using for the mushroom? One eye. What shade are you using for the mushroom? Okay, look, your mushroom looks fake because you're not using subsurface scattering. Okay, so look into using subsurface scattering. Now that you're using cycles, I know Eevee, the new version, has subsurface scattering, but it's not as pretty, right? You know what subsurface scattering is? Okay. Under the principal shader, there's a thing called subsurface scatter, right? When you turn that on, what it does is it calculates light below the surface. So things like subsurface scatter is skin, organic stuff, wax, right? What happens is some of the light hits the surface and goes through the surface. Some of it hits the light and goes above. Like if you put the flashlight to your ear, you'll see, right? So that's what we call subsurface scattering, which is when light lights up underneath. So your mushroom, if you use a subsurface scattering, will look a lot more real. Okay. All right. It's in a principal shader. Okay. When you create a new shader, it's a principal shader. There's a setting called subsurface scatter somewhere. Okay. Oftentimes you can even get the diffuse map and type it into the subsurface scatter map, and it will look really good. All right. Since we have 6 hours and we have nothing to do later, I can show you guys subsurface. Okay. All right. So and then maybe 2 or 3 other things. The saturation is okay, but maybe I would bring the gamma up a little bit. Your shot seems like the gamma is neutral, so I wouldn't mess with that. And then the polygon on the mushroom is low poly a little bit. You might want to, for the big one, maybe up at 1 subdivision. Okay. The smaller mushrooms you can get away with, but the big mushroom, you see right here? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Let's go for the next one. Next. All right, here. Okay, who is this? Who this? No, you guys aren't big. They're going to sleep or what? Who is this? Okay, all right. All right. So using Eevee.
Huh?
I said use Eevee for DMS.
Oh, for not for this. Okay. Okay, as far as effects is concerned, I don't know if I can say much about it. For here, did you want the effect? What is the intention behind this effect right here? Is the pin drawing? But how are you planning on? I mean, is it like just spraying it and going, or why is the pin underneath? You haven't rotoed it out, or what's your idea or your intention here? Huh? I know. I know you're making the pin, drawing it out, but how? Nói chuyện người yếu quá. Huh? Yeah, but do you have an idea or how you're gonna execute it, or not yet? Not yet. I do. Okay, so this is the issue, right? Like. Okay, I don't think this effect is as easy as you think it is. Right? At the time of conception, you're like, okay, and you did that. And then when you actually try to execute it, right, you're probably, man, how do I do this, right? Because I'm sitting here saying, man, how does he do this? And so I can't imagine you, right? Like, I mean, the only way I would probably think is if you, at the time of shooting, you intentionally know your strokes. So you do the outline first. You need some good imagination, and maybe you do like like 20, 30 shots or takes, and you find out which one's the best one that matches when you overlay it inside, right? Yeah, I mean, other than that, or maybe put this character on a little lollipop stick and hold it up, and then you draw it like that, and then you rotoscope it out, replace the background, right? And have it as a template. That way, the pin tip is a lot more accurate. Okay. Okay. But yeah, other than that, same here. See, so then now, or at the very least, if you don't have the reference or the template, try to imagine your best, you know, to create the shapes that you want to draw. Okay, and that way, as you spread it out, it doesn't seem like you have this big, invisible masking. Okay. All right. Any other questions about this though? I mean, this is a cool shot. Anything else? No? Okay. All right. Next. Stevie, how did you get those shadows in? No, but you have area shadows. No, but there's area shadows here. I didn't know Evie had area shadows. No. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Evie has area shadows now, which is a new thing. Then, but Evie's subsurface scatter is pretty ugly too.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Let's move. You guys want to do the quiz now? You guys want to do the quiz now?
Yeah.
Huh? All right. How many people are here today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 22. 22. Huh? What? Good. I'm gonna get pizza. How many people wanna eat? Well, that's what happened when you bought me at the most critical moment. You bought me and you want me to buy you food. I didn't think about it. I just came up on my tip. Yeah, I was like, I just want to figure out how many.
for 22. It's usually about 4. How many slices? So 8. So 8 is 6 pizza? Okay. All right. You want to do the quiz now? Okay, Ming wants to do the quiz now, so I'll yield to him. Let me order pizza over here.
Chấm hỏi đâu nhỉ? Là sao? Trời.
Hey, real quick survey. Who's a Coke drinker? I checked that. Right? Yeah. Okay, man. I mean, give him another minute. Hey, how many people are Coke drinkers? Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. All right, how many Sprite drinkers? Raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. All right, done. I'm gonna get 1 bottle of Sprite and 2 Coke. Okay. Okay. 2 Coke. All right, take your test. Yeah, I'm gonna go hypergate you guys. Okay. Yeah. Waiting for like 1 tiếng đồng hồ chứ lầu kìa. go get coffee real quick? How much longer they got? 5 minutes? Okay, I'll be back in. I'll just be next door getting coffee.
Không là reading.
All done. Guys, testing 1, 2, 3. The last time there was someone message me and say they didn't manage to do all of it.
Có đâu. Nó không phải là em. Ngồi thôi anh.
Sorry. I went next door to get but I didn't have a cup, so I had to borrow a cup. The guy who let me borrow a cup, so wanted to talk to me for 10 minutes. I had to pay more. Yeah, roughly like that for a cup. All right. Anyway, we do the quiz already. Okay, so back to feedback. Huh? Extend deadline? Yeah. You guys talk like this. You know to extend deadline what a teacher has to do? It's not easy. We have to email our supervisor and the one person on top of that. Email them, give them a reason why. And they have to email back down and approve. About maybe 2 semesters ago, we didn't have to do that, but it was a new rule. So yeah, and if we do, there's ways around it, but it's hard. Hey, are we recording right now? Huh? You mute? Okay, mute. Okay. So there is a workaround where on that morning where like if you're supposed to do a presentation or submit, and if say like, huh? How would you? they look at the logs where you change the submission date. That's an obvious one. Extension? And what did Martin say? Yes. He said yes.
What? Yeah. What?
No, not for you guys. Yeah. Really? Why? Huh? You didn't know the law or the rule? You should know the rule. Huh? You can't just change deadline like that. I used to change deadline all the time. Yeah, but not anymore. No, it's not our choice. What? You did? Okay, look, hey, if you do it, not me. Okay, no, if you allow, I do it. I said, okay, yeah, all right.
No promises for you.
For me?
Both of them.
What do you mean no? Wait, you said no problem or the promise?
No promises.
Oh, no promises. Oh, okay, yeah. No promises. Okay, I think okay. So here's the thing. I think Minch could do it, but he can Yang it because because maybe you're not in all the staff meetings, and so you can say you didn't hear it, right? Yeah. See how much we try for you guys, right? All right, and then if anything, I'll cover for I say yeah. We
have to ask Boston.
Okay.
No promises.
Okay. So, all right, that's among you guys, right? Yeah. But for me, I did extend for DMS 4, but we had to do some crazy shit. I had to like bữa sáng là bị xe cán, yeah, I can't come to class, and so we had to move. I had to email them, right? So on emergencies like that, then you don't need to ask for supervisor, but I hate doing it like that. Anyways, okay, stop recording. You wanna do feedback now or? Okay, let's try to get through this. We have quite a few work to do, right? I know it's gonna be a long day today. But I purposely buy pizza so that khoảng 3-4 giờ you guys become buồn tired and khoảng 4 giờ rưỡi 5 giờ thôi đi về, you guys sáng mắt đi về. That's how I make up shit. All right. Okay. All right, let's go to the next one. All right. Huh? Công an. Quan. Martin Constable is Công an. Who's this one? Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Hold on, chết mẹ, cái con sai rồi, nãy nó kêu the pizza place, oh shit, hold on. No, I ain't anyway. Give me 1 second, guys. I think the pizza called on silent. Hello, cái này Domino không? Dạ, hồi nãy có ai kêu là vì muốn xác nhận order phải không ạ? Dạ, ok, kêu để xác nhận nha. Đi đây nha. Ok. Dạ. All right, let's go. Let's watch. Okay. Min, you want to go? I just saw it. We just saw it. do team this music. Are you recording on time now? Okay. All right. Okay. COVID. Okay, any initial comments?
Do you want to first explain what this is or indicate it for how far you to the finish line? And if there is any visual effect or something, do you want to state it to the class so we can see your vision?
Thinking? Are you you say? Sao nghe cái bị bón quá gì?
Do you have anything to say or you want us to give feedback on your work? Hi. Do you have anything to say now?
Okay, okay. Let me help you out here. When you do this part right here, what is this supposed to be right here? Oh, shut fuck. It's so stupid. Go to the beginning. Yeah, no. That's right here. What's this? Right here. What's this? Yeah.
It's just
you appearing or?
yeah, it's kind of like
So what?
appearing.
Okay.
The effect is kind of janky.
All right, but okay. So let's. What's the intent? What are you trying to do? Like you're trying to like appear from the ether, from take it in gear. And now you're suitcasing, or what are you trying to do?
It's kind of like in front. I guess it's like appearing into the space. I guess.
Okay. All right. Okay. So play that again, then. Let's see. Okay. So I think the problem with that is it's hard to read because it's only a couple seconds. I thought it was like I couldn't make the connection that it was you and that thing turning into you, right? So you might want to delay that a little bit so give people some time to read that. Oh, okay, this is happening, right? Okay. Here, are you entering a portal?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. Let's play it on loop. If you can't, you have to download it and play on loop so we just. Okay. So you're Now there's a lot of chop, right? Is that because you want it or because the magic roto whatever doesn't do your job? You see where your nut is? Okay.
Yeah, I set the video up.
Okay.
Original recording was much longer. But maybe.
I think you're mistaken because having just 3 shots, you don't need to speed up. If you have 3 shots, it's 3 shots. You can have 3 long shots. You see what I'm saying? You're confusing shots with durations.
Yeah, but then like it wouldn't like match up with the song, wouldn't it?
Oh, you're trying to match the song.
Yes, that's the problem. I have somehow matched the song and then like while also like
What, how long is the song? 30 seconds. Or
around 30.
okay. So I know there's constraints. So yeah, obviously that's number one priority, right? But I think the second priority is getting the intent or the message out, right? By doing that tough thing, that I thought that was so like for instance, when I looked at it, I was like, is that exhaust from Civic and Ding Wow, right? And this is, and you're a magician and you Suke, right? Right? Or you know, are you like a biology experiment, you know, like a bunch of bow that came up, you know? It's like I couldn't tell what that was. I watched it 3 or 4 times, like, you know what I mean? So you want to make it more clear. So you see right there, like, yeah, you want to make it more clear what that is. I think a lot of people, when they watch it the first time, it's not enough time to register what's going on. You know, so it's either don't be low or they start to need it like me, right? Okay. And then here, I'm not sure yet. Are you going through the portal? Is that different or?
Yeah.
But you meant to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. That might be a little bit unclear because for what you want to do.
How to like put the portal behind me.
Well, using compositing in the merge node, whenever you want to put something behind you, that's the node that goes on top of you, right?
Like yes, access of that seems like
Okay, we might need some kind of consultation or something like that. Did I get to go technical in this class? If we have time at the end of the class, we'll cover, okay? All right. There's a slight chance that if things become overwhelming on Saturday morning, I might go in a couple hours because anyone needs to stop by, right? But we'll try to solve everything today because Saturday mornings are usually my time to meditate and become one with nature. All right. Okay. All right. Anything else? So I think my biggest feedback here is I'm not. It's hard for everyone to come to a conclusion of what your initially here, what your style is or what you want to do. I mean, do you need to turn from nothing into something, right? Or give it more time. So if you're sitting here and you keep saying you don't know, if you don't know, then we can't help you, right? So I think what you need to do is really figure out your messaging, what you want to do, your intent, and then we'll figure it out from there, okay?
yeah.
All right. Cool. All right, next. All right. Cơ hội và cho hành việc do cơ hội và what's happening? Check that. Okay, cho hành việc. I suck at reading. I'm like 8 times slower at reading.
I don't know.
Hey, they báo đặt vô đầu của tôi. Who says this?
I think it's not.
I do. All right.
It's like
Hey, real quick, with that bridge, real quick. Did Martin talk to the class right now? All right. You guys, just in the future, if you ever have Martin again, he hates this bridge. Yeah. Because every class, like 10 students film that bridge. And he's really, so whenever you guys get a feedback if he says lazy location or low effort, he's talking about you guys going to like, he's imagining you guys are going on a weekend with your parents and you know, like, oh, that when you work here, you write it down, you put it back in, right? That's what he's thinking instead of like actively looking for location. What the hell are you looking at? Seeing hell in class? Yes. No,
No. Nó lại như vậy xong nó cắm một cái lại nó kêu lại.
no, that's rõ ràng hai chuyên gia ấy. Alright. No, okay. That's clickbait. It was raw rag. But anyway, when you see like popular places or places where you go with your family and you can easily play riding climb, right? Martin hates that. He wants you guys to find interesting things where you go and explore, right? Never seen before background, right? So if you are thinking about reshooting now, consider that. Okay. So yeah, I saw a lot of the feedback when I was helping moderate, right? And so I like try that already. Okay. But okay, so just so you guys know that, okay? All right. Okay, go ahead. And the worst is to wipe him out from it. Ooh. He knows being learned. Yeah. Okay. But you know, he has his point. Whose is this? Okay. But you can't talk now.
That's not right.
Oh, okay. What? Is the free version does that in the beginning? Why? Đủ cơ. Bảo. What shall I do? Bỏ thêm hay là ráng luôn? Okay. Any initial comments, feedback? Right. Go begin. Come on, you guys are encouraged to practice feedback. There's no such thing as bad feedback. Yes, use. Okay, yeah.
Like in the shop too, we have like a notebook of pharmacy, right?
Are you asking me or telling me?
No, I am telling you.
Okay.
In shop two, we
Yeah.
have like while he's indicating that the girls have some plans, but like one or two of them got scratched. But then the last plan, I cannot read it like before it disappeared.
Oh, so okay, valid. See, that's good feedback. So again, you guys always think about leaving time for the audience to register something, right? When we do TVC's commercials, roughly you'll notice every TVC at the end they always give at least 4 seconds of the product. Because it takes on average 4 seconds for someone to see something and process and understand it. You'll never see one cow at the end less than 4 seconds. Okay? So same as here. Once that last shot comes up, you want 4 seconds and then do something. That's if you really want people to, especially for something like this, right? Okay. See? You know, yeah, that's your friend giving you criticism. That's good. Alright, that's good. Okay, anyone else? Feedback? No? Okay. Oh. Okay, so my slight suggestion, I don't know, right? But it kind of feels borderline a day in a life of maybe. No, right? Like you plan on and then be right? Like kind of not. It's not really focusing on painting a portrait of who you are, but you're trying to tell a sequence of a story or event, right? So now it's becoming a day in the life of, and that's something Martin doesn't necessarily like. You know what I'm saying? So, has he seen this version yet, or you just reach out and just do it? You haven't seen it yet? Okay, I can imagine what he's gonna say when he sees. So I think the effects and how you put everything together is working out fine, right? Is good. So technically it's okay, but message wise, you might want to consider. So you can probably use the same thing and jump going back and forth. So there's not really a sequence, but just the wave of ideas. So, but that's one. But number two is this? Oh shit. Hello. Yeah. Có người đang đứng ngoài. Ok. Đứng tới. Cổng chính hả? Ủa, mình có một cổng rồi. Cổng chính. Ok. Cổng chính. Ok. Cửa 18 tỷ 89. Ok, vâng, xuống đây. Huh? Okay, anyone want to come down and get it? Huh? Pizza? We get 3 volunteers?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, cool. All right, bye. Yeah. All right, yeah. I will, when Martin comes by, I will. Please. Okay. Huh? Yeah, please. Yeah, I think we can go back to me. Yeah, all right. Okay. All right. Can you go down there? Can you get them? It's a woman voice. All right. And she should be okay. All right. You guys có thể vô 3 gram mà không có thể vô những cái mọi loại hàng có thể. All right. Okay. Okay. How do we do this without getting caught? We're not supposed to have food in the room, right? Oh, Vicky, I've done it already. It's I think. Yeah. ABC. Yeah. Okay. So in Unity, you have to go at under Asset Manager. What? How do I go to Unity? Yeah. Under the Asset Manager, is it ABC importer? Okay. And then in. But do you want to control the shape key as a trigger or as an animation? Oh, okay, then yeah. In Unity, you have to under the manager, the ABC exporter importer, right? Well, not that. Sorry. Packet manager. Packet manager. Yeah. And then ABC Olympic. Maybe Olympic AL. So that Olympic is the .abc format, and it only records in vertex position. It's like baked vertex. So ABC is a baked vertex format, and then you use it to. Okay. Is this another one, or do we still talk about? Okay. Sorry, pizza be distraction. Let's do all of this a little bit. I think all of this is fun and fine. But let's talk about the donut one, right? All right. Let's see, like eating donut, right? Okay. Here, compositing. I think. All right. There's like 5 things that you can do to fix this. First of all, motion blur, right? You're missing. If you have motion blur on here, it would look a lot more real. Number 2, your saturations on your CG. I can't resist. All right, what do you want? Hang it out. Huh? Oh wait, this one. Oh, you want to give me a cup of coffee? I open it. Oh, okay. He's fasting. Yes, me and him typing. maybe we need this table to put the pieces. He said we got mine. What? You didn't get it, Joey?
You're okay.
No, but for Tip. Oh, Tip. You think this is going to be enough for pizza? No, you.
We talked that's
For pizza? You think 20?
that should be
No, it's like nothing. I said nothing. Sang. I said that. True. You like tuck before?
You can give it to me.
No, like honey man. I think that's not changed. But 25 is insane for them. Anyway, all right. You guys want to take a little break and eat? Yeah. I see you guys. Let's go. Let me get the other table and bring you there too. Then. All right, guys. We'll take about a half-hour break and eat pizza. Okay. I'm doing this because sorry. Look, man. Lord, I was too worried about not making you move. I damaged this whole. Okay. Yeah. All right. I do this because the reason why we have a 6-hour class was my fault. I feel guilty. The admin, huh? Because the admin sent us, is this schedule okay, like 2-3 weeks ago, and I replied, yeah, it's okay, without checking. So I felt bad, yeah. Okay. Yo, you like it?
Yeah.
Head of Food and Services.
Yeah. I think you need to pay me.
Okay, Mama, I'll let Ang to it because we're not allowed to have food in classroom technically, okay? Huh? But my whoever, right? All right, guys, if you guys want drinks, lunch, okay. What we got? You guys gonna go? Yeah.
Not yet.
You know?
Thank you.
Right.
Hồi nãy mình tính là roughly mỗi người được 2 miếng hả? So so roughly mỗi người được 2 miếng. If you have 1 miếng, then another person can have 3 miếng. And hồi nãy I nói 25 ly, nếu mà thiếu ly á, then if anyone shares with me with another cup with another. I'm just saying if we thiếu ly á, then tính trước.
One Coke.
No, I guess it's strong. Eat that.
Yeah. You go to a Vietnamese restaurant, you want you surprise. Like, hey man, is that all you have to offer? I said, don't give me coffee, surprise. They give me a Sprite, bigger. Who wants to?
Try a Coke.
they give a proposal of like 3 different times that you can choose, you know?
Oh, so you just choose one randomly.
Well, I chose one that wasn't in the morning. That's it. Without thinking that there was another class in the afternoon. The other one was like, damn yes, you know? So, yeah. I can't, because I stay up all night. Or, yeah, well, that's when sometimes when I go to sleep, right? So, and if I teach at have ngủ lắm.
So is no one gonna take the class?
Ủa sao chưa ai ăn vậy? Đâu nó không có tiếng lao đéo thổi gì đâu, you see. Go, 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 go. Đủ. No. Đi ra ai cần đủ con nghề giàu or some shit here. Quá, thì hỏi có cái gì không? Look, we got other stuff too here. Look. Giờ gì? Chụp cái đá đó xong rồi đá nhổ rồi tay cà nó sạch. Alright, here's another one. Pizza này là gì đây? I don't know, I can't tell.
Pineapple pizza.
It looks like pineapple and milk, right? Or onion, I can't tell. Onion? Good, pineapple and shrimp here. Okay. Then, here's another one.
Luckily, they challenge to it. They would have kept that mind.
Okay, yeah.
They would have been so flipped out if they see pineapple and pizza.
Okay. Oh, I am thinking. They have cooked that. Nè, thấy không, đâu có sợ đâu. What? You didn't laugh. That's right. Okay. Chỗ này nó sống động tĩnh. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Very low.
When you one question, one something. Million. Yeah, let me know if you let me know. Ideally a day in advance, like, I think Saturday I'll try to carve out between 10 and 1 p.m. Okay. Huh? No. Saturday during the day at my studio if you want. Yeah. So yeah, we'll see. But or online, then towards the evening is more ideal for me. Yeah, if need.
Happy pizzas in a while.
I don't do that. I don't think I ordered that. I think they gave it to us by accident. I ordered another seafood. Maybe it inside that. Squid?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway.
In front of America, that's fine, but like, yeah, you that in front of the client, you're gonna get first.
Listen to this and I'll show you. Yeah, I'm just trying to jump. No. No, yeah, I jumped it. Yeah. Good. It's not, but it's pineapple, right?
I think it's too cheesy. Mayonnaise, cheese.
Tự là học. Để nó thử vị không anh.
Program game. think told me that students like he could be bribing with food. Huh? Like they. Huh? Yeah. Okay. Really?
I remember one time that there got getting accident.
In here?
Multiple times that I thought I could do the flat.
I don't know. Hey, you guys, mấy cái này nè, I don't know if you guys can know.
Okay.
How? Just in case. Late? I don't know, nhiều cái ăn xong rồi thấy múc tiền phạt. You do? The reason why is because I like to eat and then like stuff separately because you get more of the flavor. It's not big stuff. Are you fasting?
No.
No, but because everything I do, you say is that the U.S. thing.
American Vietnamese. Oh yeah.
It's definitely not even like
One whole bag right here. We have ice.
xấu vậy. Phải đấy, trong phải đấy.
Someone asked about major projects,
Chưa
right?
bỏ méo phải luôn.
Who asked about major projects? I think. Yeah, you asked about major project, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is currently I'm supervising this. You guys, cái gì biểu diễn không?
Hôm bữa tụi con coi bài của mấy chị rồi á. Hôm bữa qua xuôi vô á.
Oh, you already saw. Oh, okay, yeah.
Cái bài xài AI dạng giọng nói không ạ?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, so you know about them. Okay. Yeah.
Bởi vì con có biết thầy có supervisor.
Huh?
Bởi vì con có biết là thầy là supervisor cho cái bài.
The who? They what?
Tức là thầy supervisor là cái bài đây.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the semester before, I heard they submitted to some festival competition and got shortlisted. So that's pretty good.
Festival.
Huh?
Cái gì thầy? Cái của Campbell.
Festival, yeah. The one I supervised the semester before them, that project got submitted in the festival and got shortlisted, so, which is pretty good. Yeah. The music video one? Huh? The music video one. Yeah.
So they would just give me.
What you peas are now? What you guys not here, huh? Huh? Or có ai ăn 2 miếng mà thèm miếng thứ 3 không?
Like I'm literally on my 5th slice right now.
Oh, did you get?
I basically skip breakfast and lunch.
Okay, all right. And anyone else besides him? Có ai thèm miếng thứ 2 gì không? We got extra.
To be fair, they probably have breakfast and
basically skip both.
Okay. You know. The state helped me order. Just in case you guys can see that. All right, there should be extra here. Các anh nhà có ba mẹ thích ăn ketchup với tương ớt không? Dục thấy uống quá. No, seriously. Wanna. Don't be shy. I got a shitload of this too. Anyone wanna? Huh? Okay. Yeah. See. No. I was gonna put it in here. Yes. There's a bunch more in here. No, don't. Yeah. Don't throw away. Yeah. No. They go. Yeah. You do. Okay. You do. But he's the nothing. He's good. Works out perfect. Yes. All right. You want to take some? Okay. Go ahead. Yeah. Đủ. Phải biết tôi cứ có mấy người kia không dám nhận nhưng mà nó lấy lén. Which one's my cup?
No hot sauce.
Is it? Okay. Excellent.
I'm the only one in my family that actually uses that.
Okay.
Okay. Run out of hot sauce, but I'm too lazy to cook mine.
You guys còn 5 miếng nữa nè. Anyone? Cái tối nay định làm việc sắt thịt. You need parts. I said tối nay có ai định làm việc sắt thịt đó? Thì lên qua. What I meant was physical. Anyone needs like carbohydrates or like I was like, guys, you guys, huh? All right. You guys, you want one? I like to take a bubble bath and have you. I know. What I'm saying is, this is like save the environment. If they're going to make plastic straws, don't throw it. At least use once, and Right. Just in case anyone. All right, we got a lot of ice here. Các anh nó uống nước trong này nên chịu hao 10 phút sau nó chảy nước thì No, that's what he said. Okay. Okay. We put away the evidence. Huh? Okay. They are Lisa, right? Yeah. Right. Okay. We still have Lisa and some Coke left in case. Okay. All right, let's get this aside. All right, this is about rats, right? Right? Shoot. They don't. That's why we got great perfect. That's why I buy yellow underwear. That was a joke. My underwears are brown. just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah. You want one? We got more drinks here. Sure. Okay. Yeah, you guys get ice right now. Không thôi nó tùm lum tà la. Yeah. Okay. You know what? Ở trên này vải nước tùm lum tà la. Yeah. Đủ 2 ly. You want else? Where's my leaf? Someone. Who took my cup? What? Was this yours? Well, it must be mine then. So, yeah. Sweeping it out here. Yeah. Cái này túi vậy thì
Alright, okay, after the slides, I'm practical.
It's okay.
That's the second. No, like, fucking six slides into total.
Huh? No, we have another bag. Oh, that's it. Yes, no. But it's okay. I think that's it. Yeah, we'll just leave it here. There might be someone who gets died. We can eat. Yeah. But I wanna make it at least obvious as possible. So, all right. Again, I'm hoping you don't wanna. You know, I got little brothers and sisters who wanna build houses. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Of course. Well. More? Okay, anyone else? Okay. Yeah, I don't like to throw straws, unused straws. The environment. I've never heard of like plastics and straws, right? Like for the environment, no? Oh, all right. Which one's that? This okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Right.
Năm nhất.
Con đáp em nè. Ai cần giấy chủ đất nhà.
Năm nhất một đỉnh quá vậy.
Muốn HD mà.
Oh,
Cho
alright.
xem
Okay, let's get serious about buy now.
Xem gì cũng được. Mày à? But do you over? Oh shit. That's tough.
I don't think so. No,
At least you do something.
We're busy with 2 DMS classes.
How can I fix
This semester hơi nhàn hạ một chút xíu, but next semester.
Bớt dung nhảy. Yeah, Martin will
I've
make
never
it
taught
cho cái đó.
2
I don't know.
DMS classes before.
Maybe not.
I think he should.
Okay, ready?
And
I did that. Okay.
Okay, who's next? Oh, this donut gum, you know? Yeah. Oh, I was going through this
You
with a
don't have
pizza
to
cake.
change these
So
things,
motion
right?
blur for this one, right?
You don't have one. It's look.
Okay, light source, the specular, it's hard to say with the light source, but I think
Is
maybe,
that like kind of Apple stuff?
but I think if you
The movement.
make one light source from the top and diffuse it, it might look a little better, because right now it seems like you have like 2 or 3 different light sources, right? So that kind of makes this looks like an indoor studio setup versus an outside, so it doesn't match. Okay.
I see you have a movement when you right side.
I see you have some type of shadow catcher. I'm not sure.
You should have
Right?
a
Yeah.
transition.
Now in
or
extreme cases, there's a
between
little
shot.
bit of a
That's make it the
edge
closer,
going on
yeah.
right here.
When you
And
do
I'm
the
not sure
movement,
if that's like a
the audience expect
composite thing, but you don't have it over there, so I might
if you
look,
don't double look at
look into that, why that's
it's feel
happening.
like dull.
You see how there's an edge down here?
You
Yeah.
Add
Can you go a
more
couple frames forward a little bit, just a little bit?
effect, right?
Okay, here, the scale, what is that, pizza? Huh?
That's all he dealt with is also.
Yeah, and then the angle, yeah, perspective of the sign is a little bit off. But what is this? Pizza? Why is the scale off? It looks like, why is it, like, is it like a mini pizza or a big pizza?
Đúng rồi. Đúng hai cái đầu này.
But and why is the, this is pepper, I imagine, right? Why is it so big compared to the pizza? If the pizza's this big, that means that pepper shouldn't be
Kiểu
big, right?
làm sao mình bỏ được cái
So
transition.
something's not right with the scale of the texture.
Try.
You see what I'm saying? So did you texture this yourself, or was it a model that you found somewhere? And the texture you dang it, huh? Very odd. Yeah, that's very odd. So I think the source model could have been wrong. Yeah. And what is this? Like a shrimp?
You see? It's
But anyway,
not
I would either
when you do the action.
I would look into that, and if you want to make
But if
everything a
you
little
can
bit
do the motion blur into
more readable,
way more bad.
you address
Yeah.
ambiguous stuff like this.
With contrast, right?
Okay.
I think the
what was it?
positions.
Oh, so this, yeah, well, it's happening here.
But
So
if
I don't
you
know
do
what's
it-
going on here. See, it's more obvious here. In real life, you don't have things that just has like a dark edge around like that, right? If it's a separate layer from the other stuff, there's stuff where you can do like a matte shrink or matte expand and contrast that you can put on it where it will sometimes bring it in, right? You often get that because of sometimes if the renderer has like an anti-aliasing that doesn't factor in the alpha channel, it can do stuff like that. I don't know if Cycles factors in well or not, or they assume that they'll just give it to you as a raw shape, and you have to do that type of treatment. I don't know, right? But there's other renderers that figure that out and factor it into the alpha channel. All right, Min, you got anything? Minsky. All right. Okay, I think that's about it for this one.
About your idea, why is it that you have to duplicate yourself? And is it because that you saw someone else do it and you think it's more fun? Why is that in the need of duplicating yourself? Because I don't think that one would be like the same keyframe, right? Just want to add something to make it less boring. Sure, you can try something interesting, but just wondering because we have seen this a lot. And for you, it doesn't directly contribute to your idea, so it's all right.
Make you fight.
I'm not saying that you should remove it, but maybe try to incorporate something.
I don't know why it's not render in viewport. Okay, it does.
Okay, on Min's point, the more you develop into being an artist, and when you start to know how to do a lot of things, right? I know you guys are just starting off, so a lot of times you're looking at YouTube, oh, I can do that, or I can do that, or this looks easy, I can, right? But as you become more experienced and you start to know more tools over the years, I think by the time you're like year 3 or year 5, you'll be able to do anything you want, rather than being dependent on what you see on YouTube, right? So that's the goal of us as, this program as teachers is we want you to get there. That's why it seems like we're cramming a lot of stuff,
You just
right? But trust me, by year 3, you'll be able to go. You look at anything and go, I can do that, right? Like, because you know all the techniques how to incorporate it, and you will use it in a meaningful way rather than being led and being, right? Okay, so just remember to keep that in mind. That's becomes a very important skill set. All right.
Wait.
Next. Wait, look. Like, what kind of sound effect was that? I go next. All right. Okay. What? Oh, that's why you said you do.
Me?
We'll see.
I don't know the sports. I just
Do.
You use
not
what?
play mode.
You use fly mode? Really clever.
No, I watched it on YouTube.
That's okay.
Right? Difference.
You go.
Play mode.
Oh, you're forward. Oh, sorry. Shit, sorry. Sorry.
Oh, and also,
Yeah.
this is here. I don't have. Also, I don't have preposition.
Okay.
So,
Usually I don't ask this question, but Min put it in my head, right? Is this a day in the life of? A day in the life of?
Also don't know how to do. But
You know what I'm talking about?
cách thôi thì biết that I can do.
You know, Martin says do not do a day in the life of, right? Like, huh? No, but so. What?
Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah. Cách kiểu khi mà hết cách để làm á.
Oh, what is it? Okay. Okay, play.
How can I?
So do you think this is a day in the life of or no? Or past? Borderline?
You can see. Wait.
Okay. And you okay with it? Okay. I just worried for you about Mark. That's it, right? Okay, all right. Okay, so the next step is your mom's
Yeah, masking. You mask yourself out. You put one frame or like
Okay, so
a new frame. And
wait, hold on. Let me see. So this should be taken on something else to make sense. When you say a person will be turning into a bird.
Chưa. I don't know how to diễn tả bằng tiếng Anh nhưng mà
tiếng gì?
Yeah. Thì kiểu cắt những cái mask ra để đúng rồi cắt.
Okay, so
cắt
no
đúng
one's
một
turning
frame.
into a gene, right?
Xong rồi áp lên cái này.
Dạ.
Do what?
Nhưng mà đừng có để cho nó pop mà mình kiểu mình kéo cái mask đó từ
So
nó khúc
feedback this
ra
in this, right?
thì nó mới
Okay, so
nó professional hơn.
anyone wanna
Kiểu
feedback first?
cắt cái thằng này trước.
Yeah, so make them team, make them team.
Bắt đầu
Yeah.
từ đây đi
So-
thì cái mask nằm ở đây thì tới cuối frame nó tới đúng ở cái vị trí ban đầu thì lúc mà pop ra thì nó sẽ
3 different ones, so you have like crisscross.
Kiểu là nó chạy
Yeah,
ra.
yeah. Yeah, they kind of move at the same. Okay, valid point. For me,
mask
one of
thì
the
dễ.
common things when
Mask
you
cái
start to
nốt
composite
mask cũng dễ.
trees against a background is you use
Có làm đi
the thinner branches, so it looks like this. See this? It doesn't look like. See, you look at right here. See,
nhắm như
it's very hard to not very hard, but it takes a lot of time to get that right. This right here.
Cố gắng làm
See?
cũng nặng nề hết sức có thể.
You heat this or what?
thấy mấy
Magic
bạn
Man or
làm
Photoshop? How's that?
Quay lại đi.
How's this real?
Quay lại đi. Đây.
đúng hả?
No, but what's happening here? Is that compression then?
Did she
Like
do
why?
anything else?
Right? Why do you see how this is?
Cái này chỉ là sketch thôi.
Good sketch.
Yeah.
Great
But then
perspective.
you did something to the leaves here,
Ôi, gì tải về đó.
right?
Yeah, tải về để ăn cắp.
I know it's real, but what did you do to the edge of it? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But she's trying to pull wool over my.
Nhìn vào người ta coi rồi nè.
Yeah, you should be.
But you see what I'm talking about? The leaves, the way you keyed it. You don't see what's wrong with this?
Mask nằm đây nè.
Leaves, you don't know what leaves? Leaves are lá, lông lá, yeah. Lá tắt tắt mát, tắt
cái tree nói siêu dễ.
nó tắt nền.
Cắm cái
Polygon đúng không?
Nó không phải thật.
cắm cái media vô cái này bằng cái merge, xong rồi bật cái polygon
Cái
lên,
viền á, right? Nó
xong
bị mất.
rồi
Anh
xong bắt đầu cắt ra, rồi xong rồi do mình chỉ cần đúng một frame thôi, mình không có cần tracking thì nó sẽ siêu dễ.
Ok.
Really? Okay.
Để
Really?
tao làm cái gì tao hỏi em này.
nữa nữa
Nữa.
Bữa này mà tôi hả?
cái giường nằm đây nè, cái giường nằm đây, xong
Thì đúng trên như mày nằm trên cái tường.
nằm trên cái sàn, xong rồi hên nó có cái tủ ở kế bên, rồi mình lấy cái móc quần áo rồi để cái điện thoại lên.
No, but Martin needs to hear that she calls him. Okay. Anyway, yeah, you can.
Để xem còn sụt.
Because it's feedback. Yeah. So what did he say?
Trời ơi, muốn HD mà mày.
Mày sẽ được hát đi.
Nữa
Như là mày được.
Okay, so let me tell
được.
doing leaves is very
Chắc chắn là không rồi.
time-consuming in VFX. What we do is we actually
A1
roll each
mới được có CR, tôi được
rotoscope,
có
right? Not even key because key you never get a perfect one.
9,9.
What happens is on leaves or on organic things, you always have
Thầy
like
không
a spectrum
familiar
light
with my game
where you
bro.
have different shading, so you can never key it perfectly,
Còn du.
right?
CR.
So there's different techniques. The high production ones with a lot of money, they'll just take the rotoscope.
Thầy cho điểm lại nha.
So it would take an artist about maybe 3
Vậy
days
A2 nhiêu?
get mask on each leaf, right?
CR.
And then what happens is when you do the mask, you still get a white edge around it.
Tôi còn
Then you
biết
can do
tôi
what
được
Martin said,
HD
right?
hay
Like you
không.
can multiply
Không,
the
tôi
edge
còn biết tôi được
alpha
DI không, tôi được
by a
28.
shadow mode or something, right?
Dễ không? Giữ chà.
Yeah, but you're always going to get that edge, right? And so you have to. It's very complex work. When the leaves you see how the edge is gray, so then now you have to pre-multiply that, so it either gets pre-multiplied to the background.
What did you cook?
Hold on. Pre-multiply means before. Okay, you have this
How to what?
footage, right? And then there's an alpha channel, right? That thing for the alpha channel. You know what alpha channel is? But that alpha channel sometimes it's when it gets applied to the in front, it's always a different background because maybe the previous
The
one was
balance
gray
between
or something.
constraint
It's
and
always lighter or
freedom
darker, right?
in creating
So
digital
what
art
they do is you get that map that's
and
transparent.
weigh your project.
You get the color of the RGB.
I really
And you
nóng
would
lòng to
multiply that
see
with the background so it becomes
tất cả
the
mọi người
background's
project.
color better. It blends in better. Right? Does that make sense?
Sao?
So you're discarding the original color and you're using alpha channels to
xem hết
multiply
rồi,
the next
tải hết
that
những
you're
cái mà
compositing it.
thú vị nhất rồi.
Hiểu không?
Nhưng cái này là ai mua thôi nha.
Okay. Yeah.
Không,
Khi
xem
mà mình
DMS một.
khi mà mình vẽ mask như này phải không? Mình thấy nó màu vàng
Ồ,
trắng trắng.
Duy biết vẽ doodle hả?
And that's because cái background đó trước đây là đừng có cái màu đó, nó ăn nhiều này. You still see remnants.
Làm bài đó nhiêu ngày?
Này á.
Yeah. Sure.
Kiểu tất cả mọi thứ đang nhìn trước mắt làm như ngày.
Okay. So
Một ngày đó.
but what we can do is we can get that
Một ngày
alpha,
mình có thể.
that remaining part right here, and we can multiply it by the background that we're compositing on. And that oftentimes makes this blend into the background. Okay? The trick is to get the alpha channel of this very thin layer remaining that sometimes is a blur or, you know, and you get that and you somehow mix it with the background that you're planning to here. So what happens is when you see the whites, it will blend better here, then the dark will blend better here.
Yeah, I can tell.
So I mean, there's many ways,
Really
but here
unique,
you overheat it, right?
not
You're missing
not
like twigs
practical.
and trees, right? So
Not
there,
practical.
where you're missing way too much
They are
of
not
the
focused
sometimes
on
you just you might have to either brush back details, right?
Position.
Or just rotoscoping, you know, get a solid
Cái của tao
spine
nó
done.
classic,
It's
nó
a
polygon.
lot of work. It's ambitious. Yeah. Or you can get a 3D tree and render, like cái 3D bỏ vô render, ánh sáng thì nhanh hơn. Yeah, for something like this, sometimes it's better to use
DI.
tree or some type of plugin and just
Nhưng mà
do CG tree. Nó nhanh hơn nhiều. It's only one frame, right? And you track
A1
it.
chắc CR.
Một frame thôi mà. Yeah.
I have
Yeah, cameras not moving. I would
nhắm
yeah, I would have done
CR thôi do
CG trees.
không có đúng
Day by day,
kiểu
there's a lot.
yêu cầu của thầy.
And just do cycles. Một tấm mà,
Xong
you know,
rồi
it's real.
lúc mà dán xin vô
Okay.
kiểu ok.
All right.
We
Let's
should
see here.
block
This
the font
one.
in.
We see this a lot. Your character looks like it's
Ban
some kind of compression, right?
ban đầu làm được cái này nè.
Look at the details on here.
Ban đầu làm
Yeah,
cái này
being
xong thì bảo là tất cả mọi thứ mày đều muốn nhấn hết nên cuối cùng không có cái chỗ nào để mày có thể nhìn vô, không cũng không có focus vào. Mày muốn tất cả mọi thứ nhưng cuối cùng là mày không được cái thứ gì cả. Nên nó mới kiểu ok, bắt đầu làm lại really original. Còn có mouse cursor unique value. Xong mới bắt đầu có một khóa học vẽ digital.
Mày tự dạy. Mày vẽ
Đúng rồi, chứ ăn cắp là chết đó. Photoshop. Cái này là
Em mày brush dùng brush gì vậy?
thì thấy có cái này với cái này là hay. Đúng, dùng ba này với thêm cái brush con chuột.
What format did you export out from your? Yeah.
Thấy mọi người dùng cả tỷ cái brush trong bãi build.
The Canon's producing a lot of this. From what I'm hearing. The Canon is your house or from China?
Xem cả đống reference luôn. Từ từ.
This is like the third time I've seen Monday. There's a couple projects that you use Canon that you get the same
Balance
kind of
between freedom and limitations.
Just know that I guess this certain type of Canon
Nhưng mà
camera
nhìn
is
ra
not
được
good
nếu từ cái
at
này.
doing compression. Yeah. Especially in the motion blur side. See here? That's.
Đây là
You see what I'm saying? You see the.
limitation.
Yeah, when the blur part, the algorithm is attempting to try to do a compression on it, but it's looking like this.
Kiểu cái live của mình
You
nó
can see
bị
it clear here.
giới hạn luôn, nhưng mà cái freedom mình luôn.
Yeah, but see,
Quá
see
đậm.
our
Thì khi mình
top
đạt
the
được cái
hat,
freedom rồi thì mình đã mất đi cái tuổi thọ.
But anyway, phải hiểu thôi, that's how the camera is.
Cái này là limitations, cái này là freedom. Thì từ cái hình này mới bắt đầu là mình phải
No.
cái balance giữa hai.
Again, I'm viewing this as a VFX artist. That's why, you know, and
Rồi
I'm doing
mẹ
this
bảo là
for
vẽ thêm cái dòng nữa là
later on if you ever want to develop an eye for this.
phỉ bán
At least you hear insight, yeah.
vẽ thêm cái dòng thì
Ở trên
đúng rồi cái luôn đạo Phật hả? Đạo Chúa không?
Yeah.
Không, tôi không phải đạo Thiên Chúa nhưng mà ý là kiểu do thầy người Đức nên chắc là phải là đạo Chúa rồi.
Okay. Do you have one like a tracking, right? I think yours is more distracting for some reason than attention. So, okay, so let me, yeah, this is a good question. I always say, but in the industry, they use like red cameras or the Arri cameras. It's HDRI camera. So, yeah, so right now you're doing like 8-bit whatever, right? The 0 to 255. These cameras use a float, like so it's like millions and millions in between the shape. Yeah. One frame is, you know, like maybe, yeah. Is there any EXR sequence online that we can show them? Huh? Yeah, it's basically what it is a sequence of HDRI. You know what an HDRI format is? Okay. Yeah, so let me explain, let me give you guys a little theory on this. On your computer monitors, on your mobile, everything is from 0 to 255, right? So you got your RGB. And those combinations of 255, 255, 255, you get the color that you get from those combinations of multiplying pixels together, right? it's very limiting. In real life, your eyes in the range is way different than what the monitor can see. It's almost infinite, right? So if you look at the sun, your eyes can burn. If you're in pure black, you can't see anything. That's the range. In between, there's hundreds of millions of shades and colors in between, right? The monitor, impossible to display that. It only has 256 and 3 pixels. So what the HDRI attempts to do is have more sensitive cameras that overlap and captures all that information, right? But there's no way you can show it here. So what it does one of two things. It either maps all of that information it got onto what you see on the monitor, right? Or it makes the data available inside the file, and then you can switch and go up and down. You can lift up the shadows and see what's in the shadows. You can lower the highlight and you see what was shiny in the flashlight. When you have flashlights and you film it, you can lower the highlights down where you can see the filament of the flashlight. That's the type of range that it can capture. And so they developed this format called the HDRI format, high dynamic range format. All right, and then we started to use that for film. So the next evolution of HDRI was the DPX, right? The DPX was a format, so it was HDRI, but it had sequence and it had the alpha channel. After that, there was a format called the Open EXR project, where a bunch of people go, hey, we're going to be using this a lot in film. So all the film studios got together and came up with the EXR format, and that's what you see in Blender. Okay, so you can render out in Blender that, and you get a lot of information, and it doesn't get crushed into 0 to 255. Right? Now in real life, there's cameras that will capture all of that. It's amazing. I think Min is. What are you doing, Min? I think Min is trying to demonstrate the range, right? So if you download an HDRI format, or it's kind of similar, you can. So you see in the sun right here, lower the levels of the light. Does this tone it down? Okay. So levels, yeah. So this is what I mean when you can lower, right? Yeah. Sometimes I say lower in range, but I forget you guys are working in 256, right? But if you're doing in HDRI, lower. So you can start to see the sun. Did I see that? See? So it's storing that type of information in there. And then when you raise it up, you can see in the blacks here, in the shadows here, you can start to see shadows in here, or see the detail exposure? Yeah. Right? So HDR stores all the dark information and all the white information. Now, the problem with you guys is you guys have been using a Canon that's either you set and you get a lot of the darks or a lot of the lights and you lose a lot of the other stuff, right? But so this is something that you have to kind of keep in mind, and if you ever do a professional job, know that there's cameras out there that takes this, right? I think the cheapest cameras out there that can do this, Blackmagic, how much is it? Boom angle. Do we have it at the school? We do have it at the film students, not us. We can? Oh, now you tell them. You guys hear that? You can check out the Blackmagic camera that does this if you want. WWB. Oh, Martin did say it. And did he explain the benefits of it? Or okay. But anyway, so the Blackmagic, according to what Min says here, is we have it at the school. It's about a $4,000 camera. It is the cheapest one that's available. So Blackmagic, I can't believe it's 4,000. Man, when I was your age, it was like, I remember the cheapest one was like Titanium Gold. 4,000. You guys are so lucky. Yeah. No, this technology just got cheaper over the years. Yeah. I remember when the red camera came out. That was a revolution. That was about 12 years ago. And that was like Titanium Gold for the camera. But by the time you got the lens and all that stuff, Titanium Gold, man, right? And Vietnam bought a bunch of those. I remember. But now 4,000. Shit. There's no lens. Yeah, they always get you on a lens. But anyway, but yeah, so the Blackmagic can do stuff like this, right? In theory. I don't know what the rate is. But and there's some cameras, not all cameras are born equally too. Some have a range, but not the most beautiful range. Others, when you set that range high, you don't get a lot of frame rate. You're stuck with like 30 frames per second. Or others where if you do 4K or 8K, you even get less range, right? There's always a give and take for some of these lower end cameras, right? The camera that they were viewing yesterday, was it, or downstairs? They viewing like 12K camera downstairs. It was crazy. Blackmagic, but Hakka Vietnam, they bought it. Yeah, the film department, I think yesterday. Yeah, but it's up on it. You guys should have went to that. It's so eye opening. Yeah, but yeah. Anyway, cameras. It's a whole different world out there, right? But the most important. Oh, see, open the door. Huh? CES. Okay. Okay. All right. CES. Okay. Yeah. Martin. Yep. Do I look like? Oh, right. Nah. All right. Yeah. Okay, guys. You guys know what CES is? No? It's when you guys get to feedback and talk shit. I mean, talk. Don't play. You don't play, right? But you get feedback. Right, and me and Min is not supposed to be here. I'm leave, so we have to walk out. In theory, the more experienced students, it only takes them 10 minutes. For you guys, the previous classes for you guys, they're taking like right? No, trust me. The other two classes, I think they had a lot to say, right? Yeah. We'll be back. It's just we can't be in here while you guys do this. Okay. Okay. Fake news. Oh no! This side
Alright, hello everyone. Have your attention please. I'm from the survey team and I'm here to help you do the report experience survey for this course. The survey is voluntary, however your response gonna have your details responses. You can this link into your browser and access the survey, or you can find the link to the survey on your Outlook email. When you do the survey, please carefully consider the answer and keep in mind to be open, be constructive, and don't give any bad language in your response. If there's any difficulty accessing the survey, please raise your hand so I can come around help. Otherwise, please begin to do your survey. Survey, that's great. If you have not done so, please do it in your own time. And please remind your friends to do the survey as well. Thank you for your time, guys.
Are you guys done yet? Or you guys need more time?
Vậy hả?
Tặng Zalo đi.
Done? Who needs more time? People? How much more?
Oh, appreciate that, man.
Ủa có đồ kiểm tra.
One more. Alright, fine, fine.
Ngồi đây nghe để gì hay không?
Nữa.
Không hả?
Đợi khi nào thầy xong thì mới bắt đầu hỏi.
Thử chưa?
Từ từ.
Ủa có một cái
Tôi nhớ là
một trong tám.
Ok.
Okay, I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Về xong rồi shoot xong ngày mai có gì thì ông tới tầm tôi kết thúc lúc 2 giờ, ông tới được khi nào? 3 giờ ông tôi đợi.
Dạ, 3 giờ.
3 giờ 4 giờ tôi phải đợi.
Là ông có ở đó một ngày.
Bây giờ tôi có thể đợi tới 4 giờ để bắt đầu ca học của ông. Còn nếu mà ông muốn lên sớm thì tôi đợi 3 giờ về hết.
À đúng rồi, ngày mai có học của
Ngày mai 4 giờ học đúng không? Vậy có gì nữa thì tôi cứ đợi 4 giờ. Ủa, tôi đưa ông có 2 thẻ hả? Ai tạm trusting you.
có thể đi trước rồi, không có học.
Ủa,
Học gì khác chứ. Không, sao vậy?
không có lên đây để làm bạn. Ủa vậy ông đi đâu?
Không phải.
Vậy, ông lên đây ông trả cam nữa.
Tôi lên đây tôi ăn hết rồi. Ok. Nhưng mà nó có product trên xe ngồi nốt hay đi. Nói chung là
Thế thì không có phiền dữ ông sách. Ủa tôi tưởng là ông lên đây lúc 3 giờ để ông làm bài. Có vẫn lại.
Yeah. Mà không sao. Tôi đi chứ thôi.
I feel guilty, man.
Ngày xưa cái ông chọt mắt ổng. I don't know. Shit, are we recording still?
Flip it.
Yeah, but how can people? It's okay not to, but it's good to feedback so people know how to improve. You know, people do read it. You know, teachers do read it. I read it. You know, when I read my stuff, I'm like, you know, and I go and I no, I don't know. No, I don't cry. No, but the most important thing is our supervisors read it, right? So when you guys say something, okay, and they have to fix. So it's not just don't take, right? And then sometimes even the department head reads it, right? So that's Donna and then Ricardo, right? So what you write really matters if everyone reads it. So at least 3 people read it when you write. So you know, that's you guys are like the customers. You guys pay money. You guys go in if need be, right? Or if things are working well, you guys say, hey, this is working well, and I like, you know, so certain things get kept, certain things don't, and that, you know, they read it. Okay, so yeah, I would really recommend you guys write, you know, and be very fair is what, you know, don't hate someone and, you know, try to destroy their careers, right? There's always some good stuff about people, and there's stuff that can be improved. So just be as fair as possible, and that helps the teacher become better, because who knows, maybe a year from now you might have that teacher again, right? And because you feedback him, he fixed it, right? And that's happened, where students feedback, and then một năm sau do transformation, right? Yeah, or yeah, that happens. There's, but that's when it's a serious problem. You know, yeah. I mean, you guys even have the ability to fire teachers too, right? If the allegation is true and serious, right? So what are some things that teachers get fired over? The biggest thing that teachers get fired over is going into class and not showing students how to do things, but expecting students to do it and turn it in, and then like failing them for not doing it, right? So in the past, there's teachers, very volume C teachers who got fired for that. And when the students feed back, these teachers, they don't listen and they keep doing it, right? And they go, this is a university, students are supposed to, but no, that's not how it works. You can't expect students to do things where you yourself can't do, right? And then you fail students when they can't do it. It's messed up, right? So that's one area. Another area is when the teachers tend to favor certain students over other students, right? Let's just say there's students, there's teachers who will be unhữu tâm lý về right? So there's teachers of that, and then there are certain teachers who didn't get fired, but they didn't get renewed because the students said, okay, explain right? Over the years, and if he doesn't improve, they don't renew his license. So there's been a few teachers that has happened, right? So, yeah. I think those are the most important things. Is when you feel that the teacher is not explaining stuff to you guys, that's a very serious problem. That's the job of a teacher, to explain and you guys understand. What did pressure on you guys or something? That's a different story. But okay, all right. Okay, cool. Let's go on. How many more? Is there any more? Have we covered everything? No. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 4 more. Oh, hồi nãy không có nào tự nhiên nó lòi ra 4 cái. Chưa xong. Okay. Chưa xong rồi. I forgot. Yeah. Cái này quay lén. No, it's like that. Oh yeah, that's what it is. That little thing. Yeah. All right. Yeah, see, Colin. Okay, so we're finished with this one, right? I think move on to the next one. Okay, stop here real quick. I think the black levels on the top is a little bit dark, right?
Yeah.
Compared to if you look at your shirt, the gamma, the back so you compared to the top, right? So if you raise that up a little bit, the light source also is you got two light sources, right? In your mains, are you doing the little toilet effect again, or is
No.
why is it dark in the corners? Did you do a vignette? Yeah.
No, I don't think I use it.
So what's going on there? Yeah. Why is that? So that's kind of messing up your composite, right? Yeah, you see, you have like a specular that's going through here, but yet it isn't under a vignette. I don't know. So you might need to reconsider that. Okay. Okay. Okay, go back to the previous shot again. Let's work on this shot. Yeah. Okay. Another Min's right. That white glare in the middle right here. That's making it look kind of weird because if that's the case, that assumes that your body should have some light hitting on here, right? In that box, this edge right here should have some light, where this one should be in shadow.
Okay.
Right? But it's not. For some reason, the light source on the box is coming from here. It's coming from 6 o'clock behind, but up top. So your light source is like all over the place somewhere. What is causing that? Did you? Oh, okay. Yeah, I would get rid of it. Or if you want it, you have to make everything else respond to it, right? Otherwise, it looks. Yeah. Otherwise, it's fake. That means in Blender, you would put a light source here and light all the tops up.
Like one here?
No. The light source here, and it would light up, right? Right now in Blender, all the lights are from the top. There's one over here shooting down, right? What you want is one around here, and all the light is hitting in the top from this point up. Got it? Okay, yeah. Otherwise, it just looks, very clashing to the eye. And then for yourself, you need to probably rotoscope, do a soft edge mask around your half yourself like this, right? And the edge on this side should be soft, so that you can light this side and it'd be dang hack in here. See what I'm saying?
What do you mean if they have over there?
So you would probably rotoscope half yourself like this, kind of like this, towards the contour of your body, right? Like this, right? Yeah, man. Okay, yeah. Cut her in half. Make it right here, up here, this way. Right here. Right here. See from here, go this way. See? Be able to know we can just point it. Okay, this is how I would. Right, so I would draw a line here, so kind of like this, and we imagine, and then here, and then right here, see, and maybe here. So anything, and then so this would be like a soft edge, see, from there, right here, right? So you can lift up this to be brighter, so it makes like the light shine here, right? And then you can even darken this a little bit, or do another roto here to simulate like a darkness. Oh, you see, right? So now then everything looks more integrated. Okay. All right. Yeah, same thing with the box. You would roto, or maybe like roto this tip right here. See that? Okay. Yes. Right. You got okay. Yeah. So I think conceptually, whatever you and Martin discuss, or if this is okay, but technically that's what I have to say. Saturation on the yellow brick maybe a little bit too strong. Maybe lower it a little bit. The camera. You might want to lower the saturation, because if you look at the most saturated elements in your scene, it's probably your lips, right? I don't know what color your lipstick was, but this seems to be way too saturated compared to this. Okay. There's nothing else to color as reference. So when you see this like kind of, if you see your face here and your black shirt, like there's like a right over it. You don't have that happening here. So you can even fix that in Fusion with the gamma. You lower the gamma of the yellow, so it will be a very light black color like this. Right? Okay. All right. Next. All right. Oh, what do you mean? Thank you. I don't know. You're done? I don't know. Is there anything here? Is there anything here, or are you gonna bomb? Why do you say thank you early?
Oh, I thought you all the.
Huh? Oh, you like doing it? Oh. And next is the next shot.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Oh, you like doing it when it's dang right? What do you want? Are you gonna throw this away? You want you? Oh no, next shot. Okay, yeah, next shot, not next student. Okay. What? Let's go to the. What is it? Keep like it. Keep like this. Oh, you simulation. Blue. Huh? Blue. Okay. So, okay. Was it this one or was it one more before this? You got 4 shots. Three. Okay. No, but. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's okay. What's happening here? What's your intention here? What do you want to do?
I got my first spray.
Uh-huh.
Right around this. And then it's running around.
Okay. 4 days. All right. I can't really feedback because I don't know what that looks like. Okay, but then go back to the this yeah. Okay. What is this supposed to be? Like some gateway warp interdimensional gate?
Yeah, these are like tall, like.
Okay. All right. Is this stylistically what you wanted, or you wanted to make it more like real and you couldn't? And it looked like this? Why you like kind of look at my reaction to answer? I know what you're thinking.
I tried to go.
You tried to do it, but hope and come, right?
Yeah.
Okay, see, that's all you have to say. Don't look at me and try to see what I'm trying to say. So, all right, let me tell you why. Okay, so you're trying to make some kind of I mean, this is probably like a good basing, but I would spin this too, like make a spin, right? And then in post you can add in stuff like a grid warp that we talked about earlier, possibly. You can possibly do a lot of motion blur, right? And what you can do is, if you have 2 of these, you can shrink one a little bit because you have an output channel and make it spin the other way. So you have the thing that spins 2 ways, but off a little bit at different. So by doing all of that stuff, you can make this look more. But I think the grid warp and like maybe Fusion should have like a wave deformer, right? Wave displacement, I think. Yeah, use a wave displacement. Okay, let me show you here real quick. I don't have any design. Okay. Fusion, right? Why so fast? Fusion resolve. Okay. So there is, right? Yeah, see something like this. See that? Okay, that's so. Something like this. I'm sure there's other settings, so he's probably going to show you how to do it. But yeah, see, yeah, wave distortion. There's some sort. After Effects is really good at this stuff. Yeah. Oh, here's one of the most. Okay. Oh, here's another one. See? So this one looks a little better, if you ask me. shows. Oh. The what? No, no, no. Here. Okay. Well, the idea is the either the mapping that you can bring in. Usually, it's based off of a black and white material that you can bring in, right? See, right? But the idea is you can warp what you have right now using this, right, and rotate it and motion blur, and it will kind of look what you need to do. I did one of these like 2 years ago. I don't know if I can find it. Okay. Yeah. So displacement is what you need. Now there's different types of displacement: wave, bubble, mercury, as you saw, noise. Whatever Fusion has, you might look into it. Okay. All right. I think that's. And it's all based off of a white and black map. Whatever is white, it will push in one direction that you can define, versus the black will stay how it is. All right. Okay, I think that we're done with it. Now we can say next student, right? Or Okay, next student. All right, here, who this? Okay. Đủ nghe nhạc hoành tráng quá gì? Okay. Who say what first? Anyone speaking? More than 3 shots?
That was 3 shots.
That was? She said she reversed the first shot and yang. Where? Okay. Will Martin allow that?
He said it was fine.
Oh, he did? Okay. Approved by Martin. Okay. All right. All right. Let's look at it again technically. So obviously Martin's seen this before. So, all right. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Okay. Real quick. I wonder when you're throwing something forward, all of a sudden you have a left and right. That kind of throws it off, right? Okay, we'll go back to where, okay, you're throwing the ball here, it's going forward, but now it's going left and then right. Why the left and right? Right? See, it's making me think something's over here. Oh, go over here. And now someone back here. So this is you again. So you threw something and you transform yourself. See, that's the thing. When you want to say you transform and you have this camera moving left and right, I thought that you're teleporting or you're going somewhere. Right, and so it's harder for me to connect that was you, because now I think you move the camera nowhere another place and this is another character, right? So is it just me or you guys feel this way? Huh? Oh, you agree? Huh? Okay. So okay, one person. Okay. Anyone else? No. Okay, so that's maybe just my opinion, but she agreed. In case no one was paying attention, the first shot is she's throwing the ball, and it's supposed to transform her right into this new person. But all of a sudden you way over here, and I think, okay, what's going? And it was going. You know what I mean? It's either you do a zoom out, zoom in, or something, right? But by moving the camera, it almost suggests like a different place. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Let's go again. Cái con ma sao nó cái miệng nó giống như cái.
I haven't finished this stuff
okay.
yet.
Okay.
I'm supposed to be touching another thing. But this is
Okay. So from what I'm getting is you're throwing a ball, you're transforming it into another world, like a space thing, right? And then you're back to who you are.
Yeah.
Okay. And okay, so you're in the game. Okay, the track is a little off there, right? That kind of messed up the finale, right? Like, like, well, so far we've been in. So, yeah, see, it's the zoom in is lagging, right? So as long as you know that and fix that, that should be okay. What else? Okay, go back to the ball and the CD. Let's see if there's right before the ball. Let's see. Okay, a little bit more. So the light source here seems to be off, right? Is it? Oh, so you have the light source from here. I think from the back, we if you put some highlights of orange, because there's some light sources here. So if you have some orange being caught on the back of this wire, it's more believable. You see? So sometimes this whole backlight here, you might not see it on the rim because maybe when it's right here, right? But it would definitely catch on the little thin places. If we have little thin places like that, it really sells the shot. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Now, if you want to make it less confusing, don't go all the way that way. Maybe you go a little bit here and then a little bit here and then maybe here. You know, you gradually go out and then you know what I mean? Yeah, whatever you do. Instead of going all the way out here and then all the way back, you just go a little bit here and then maybe a little bit here, right? Back and forth like this. And you find it. So it looks like the viewer's dazed and not traveling. Right? Yeah. Okay. So this is a little bit confusing too. You heard of the 180 rule in camera? Okay, so you're breaking the 180 rule here, kind of. The 180 rule is when you watch a movie, they respect this thing called the 180 rule. You guys ever heard of it before? Okay, everyone kind of knows this, except. But anyway, when you try in a movie, when you film, you try to stay on one side of an imaginary 180 line, right? So you're filming different things, right? And so you're forcing the audience to be on one side of the kanga, looking at the stage, okay? When you're doing this, if the actors or whatever's on the journey, the camera always goes and stays on this side, right? And when they finish the journey, the camera is on this side, getting them this way. You'll see every movie does this, right? When you break that, you don't know who is who. So in the here, all of a sudden you have your character this way, and then when you flash it, all of a sudden the character's this way, and you have to. And so you're just like, okay, is that the same person? Is it a different person? Right? Like, right? So, but if your camera like this, and you're facing this way, you flash, and then the next scene you're facing this way, and then you turn around and walk, then the audience still has an inkling that that's you instead of someone different. Does that make sense?
I kind of get it.
Yeah, if you do YouTube and go, hey, 180 rule in movie, I think you guys should all do that. Then you really understand what I'm talking about. If you break that rule, you start to confuse the hell out of people, right? In fact, let's open up one. Oh no, actually, we don't need YouTube. Why have YouTube when you got Min here to illustrate? All right, let's just sit back and relax and see what he has to say.
Okay, you already say it. Anyway,
okay.
The camera's going to be on the side of level crossing. Just only cross when it needs to be. Whenever you see a movie and the camera just split 180, that means we have.
Now there are times when people purposely break that. When you have like a hand fight or chaos, like two girls are cat fighting, you know, then they fold and they put the camera everywhere and they purposely break it to confuse the audience and cause chaos, right? There's a couple YouTube videos where they explain where they break it, and it's very interesting, you know. Well, you can just do 180. I mean, what? Is this one where it's known to break it? Okay. Ooh, he has receipts. He knows which movie breaks it too. I hate that. Bill Maher's on that.
Want to custom T-shirt? So it might be.
Okay, so that's the immense
So
example.
when you come back to a medium shot of Wanda, it's actually different. As right movie frames from two shots. Last conversation where and the corresponding reverse shot over the shoulder.
Always in this conversation is always in one side. And when it breaks, then something happens.
Story. One night you were real.
It's great. Because this guy's knowing something else that, well, he's discovering something. Just whenever it's break, there's meaning behind it, and you can watch this video. It's nice.
So when you keep the 180, it keeps everyone planted in a situation and they're aware of what's going on. When you break it, you throw people off guard, or you want to put them in another. Right? Type it. There's a couple do. Go 180 scene. Yeah. What? 180 line in cinema. Yeah. Yeah. In cinema. Yeah. Yeah, see, there's a lot of good. I think the one on that one's pretty good. I think, yeah. And it's 2 minutes, so let's watch this.
The main purpose of the 180-degree rule is, of course, to keep us oriented as to where everything is in your scene. Best way to explain it is by looking at a top-down view of the characters facing each other. We have these two guys looking directly at each other. The line of action will be right down the center of them, like so. Instead, we want to get 3 setups for this coverage, wide and a single of each. When we place our wide shot here, we are creating a 180 on that side of the line. So when we come to our singles, we will keep both of those on this side of the line, not crossing the line over here. So when we watch these shots back, everything makes sense and is in its logical place. But if we were to move those 2 singles across the line, when we move from the wide to those singles, it's going to appear as though they switch sides on. Which this one's a little bit more subtle. You could possibly get away with it, but let's say we just go with 2 singles, no wide. We place our first shot here of the character's right shoulder, creating our 180 on this side. When we switch over to our reverse angle of the other character, we're going to want to keep the camera on that side of the line. So as we cut between them, it appears that both of them are looking at each other. If we do the opposite, place the second shot on the other side of the line. Once we cut it together, it's going to look like both characters are looking off in the same direction, not at each other. Another thing that this is going to help with is screen direction. A good example of this is going to be a character leaving his house. The character leaves and goes from right to left. When I cut to another street shot, subconsciously, if I'm showing right to left, you know that that character is going farther away from his house. But when I shift that and have him going from left to right, I can insinuate to my audience that my character is traveling back to his house. I also use this idea in my short film Proximity. As the lead character runs to face the villain, I have the villain always traveling from right to left, and the hero always traveling from left to right. So you could clearly tell that these 2 forces were headed straight at each other. Of course, you could break this if you want for effect, or intelligently making it invisible, creating new 180s as you go. Action films do this all the time. It is not a hard and fast rule, but one that you need to know so that you can break it well. Rule of thumb for me is as long as it's not distracting or confuses your audience, good to go. But that is it, the basics to the 180 degree.
And there's a lot more
Thank you to the people that make the
that
show
breaks it
possible.
down even more. Like, a lot is going on that stuff.
Well, if you tell your story like a .com or .net domain name,
So you see, this is very important for everyone to know if you're going to be in digital media. Okay. All right. So you broke it. All right. Okay. Okay. Yeah. See here, you're facing the same way, so everyone automatically knows it's you. All right. I think that's it for me. I don't want to obviously say more because you only got 4 days now. Now that I know. All right. Any other comments, feedback? You don't want to go, King? Fasten it? Okay. Yeah.
Other than that, I think we're doing fine. Yeah. I'll talk with Martin, right?
No, well, is anything off other than that?
things that can be improved. For the country things, but for the feedback and then something they can finish it refine. Okay. Oh, but we reassure you, you're doing great.
Okay, we go next. Don't mind me, I'm just getting nice.
Ở điện thoại đó.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that suicide?
Okay.
That really one interpret. It could be.
Want to go first?
There's something wrong with this mesh. Have you rendered it? Even for being people or even on people the same. Okay, for everyone else make it. What I'm asking is
but then I feel
You guys are on a totally different conversation with. Okay, you said you rendered out PNG and no, I'm okay. What do you mean by that? Okay, now why do you say no? Video reading out? What format was it? If it's an EXR, that means it's one. You know what a sequence image is? Become one file as a video. It's separate. So maybe how you import it or how you numbered it in Blender. Like if you number it, like EXR sequences, at the number has to be at the end. 001, 002, 0. If the number sequence is in the middle or something, if you get stuff like that.
like from 1 to 1.
Is that the name of the file or the name of the extension? What's no? The name of the file, but did you put in the beginning or the end? What does your EXR naming look like? No, I think I know because it's happened a million times to me. You know, like when you put the naming of the numbering wrong or something, then there's certain software won't understand it. So it depends on how you name the EXR, right?
I didn't.
In Blender, name it things like render. Last one, then just big B and then B install. When it's rendered out to be rendered.
Did it look like this?
Go on with someone. You can go like this.
001.
Yeah.
But without it.
Okay, but that should be able to work. Now, the next one is, then if that's right, if we did it, that we did that right, the next thing is you're bringing into DaVinci wrong somehow. Are you dragging the whole folder in or part of it, or
I dragged the whole
so you selected all 400 files and you drag it into DaVinci? Is that how you do it? I thought you do it through the loader, right?
I did try the loader, but the loader you cannot select everything. I think in the loader I
No,
selected
the loader you select one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it should understand as a sequence.
The first one.
Oh.
See? Mhm. Yeah, I knew it. No,
So like the thing I tried what in Blender I used to transparent my ground, but it always
Okay, so when you say black background, you see black, but there's actually an alpha channel in the fourth channel. The RGB, right, that you see, but there's the one behind it's hidden, the alpha channel. That one should be a black and white channel. But if you bring it into DaVinci and you press A, it should be a black and white. You should see it on the fourth of the channel, so it gets exposed. Yeah, this is the alpha channel. RGBA. You want to explain that? Huh? I thought this should be.
So that's just two way. Blender. Or this will be easier.
But the default, it should already have the RGB.
It's for one of these. Or I think on OER and Mountain also have for one of these controls. It's called transparent background.
Another, if you're doing cycles, there should be like a film thingy and there's a transparent background. Did you check that yet? Huh.
Oh, it could be because you render a movie. That's why it's not. Because MP4 cannot hold output. This and movie can render PNG or in
Me? Yeah, okay, so at the beginning you have everything move at once. Are they animated separately in Blender? The what? Animated Edison? Ah, okay, so what I could have done, because everything looks like little 60 minutes? Okay, was that more than 3 shots? Okay, so you're trying to say that Martin made you like super smart?
No. I got smart.
Oh, you got smart but up.
And Martin did it.
And Martin proved it?
Like, he gave me a medal.
He did?
In that
Oh, no, sorry. I'm like, damn, you called me and he gave you a medal? What's going on? Oh. All right, let's go back to this. So, first off, pretty cool, right? But again, I'll try to give you actionable feedback. So, what you can do in 4 days?
Post another edit of this.
I will.
No, because it's new.
Okay.
But there's some changing, and you can tell it because of the light.
Have Martin seen this yet?
No, he hasn't.
Hey, does it work? Is the glasses over his eye patch?
Yeah.
He does?
On Go, I search on Go and he has a picture.
Okay. All right. Okay. No, we need to. All right, let's go back to the beginning and start feedback here. Oh, what happened to the shop where you bought? Right, nothing to say there. Yeah, it's here. You purposely not making a track like that, or since it was sliding into the newspaper? Did you want it to track or no? Or you don't care?
Check the newspaper.
No, yeah, you see it where his waist is, the shirt, and the line of the newspaper? No,
Yeah, I just posted the one. It's
Slide left. Okay. No, I don't almost like move home Martin like because it's so close. Like A into Mark fisting. You trying to like Ekman feel that way or what? Okay. Here. Okay, let's see here. So here I would try to just to keep it, you know, as much as possible.
Check the camera one.
Okay. All right. So you fix it, right?
Yeah.
But as long as you know, yeah. But okay. Let's see what else here. And even here, yeah, the straight line right here, right? Yeah, maybe blur or something, or motion blur. Yeah, so it's just like, you know, like, yeah. That, so it's less distracting. I think if you motion blur or blur it, right?
And yeah, that's
Yeah. Now, and I think in the other class, I said when you cut people off at the bone, it feels kind of like cut you up, right? When you edit, you usually want to edit where the meat is, right? Where the screen gets cut. You don't ever want to do it like the hip bone or like the forehead, right? But in this case, it's not. It kind of bothers me, but I think at this point, that's okay, man. I don't know why, right? But you're cutting right against his pelvic bone, right? So anytime you do a cut that hits across a bone, like the shoulder, the forehead, the knee, the calf, it makes people feel uneasy, like you're licking móng right? Either here or here, you know. It feels better when you, yeah, even here. Okay. But I don't think it's a big deal here. Yeah, okay. You should do
show Martin this advert.
Because I didn't have any other chance to.
I think here.
But I had this one. I have a preview like one. I just had the something to find. I think I wrote my Martin there's maybe.
The thing is that I don't think putting Martin there can be anyone.
Yeah. So we can.
Not a musician.
The thing about this though, I'm
Yeah,
having a hard
it's-
time. So it doesn't look like something. Yeah, it's not looking real for a couple reasons. Go back to the dickhead. I can't help but. Not him. No, not this dickhead. The other dickhead. What? Martin, oh, look at him. This dickhead. Okay. The reason why I think you put it too high in this and then people don't recognize. I think even if you put it here where you can still see the hair and still connect to this, then people will get it, right? I think when you do it too much, you almost don't feel like it's your brain, right? Did people, when you guys saw that for the first time, did you think that, oh, that's her brain growing? Anyone? No, right? No? Or in the head, yeah. But did you get that? But I think she wants to say that her brain is, right?
Yeah, I'm
Huh? Yeah, but when you go a couple more frames, it like this is a very short time, right? It didn't register. See, I mean, people are too trying to like when you see this, you're like, oh, what's going on right here? And then while you're trying to focus on saying what's going on here, by the time you look up here, it's already gone. You know, for many people, I think. And that's what happened to me the first two times. Now, because I'm looking at this and I'm all like, okay, did she track it well? And all that shit. And by the time I look up, this was already gone. So I think if you and plus when people's brain grow, I think it either goes straight up, right? Or if it's out like this, and it goes up. Not right here, it goes up, right? This, right? Like if you wanted to have like a big forehead, it starts from here, not here. Not inside and then up, right? This makes it look like a mushroom growing on don't look or something, right? And not like an extension of the actual head, but a growth of something. See? So for me, I was like, no, that can't be her head. What's growing on her head? Like, what, you know? Okay, so either you try to annoy here, or bring the hair down here so the hair connects here, so we can make some type of connection then, right? And maybe not a coming out, but kind of like this people will get or something. Yeah, it's. What do you think? Does this show Brainiac? No, right? Right. Like you think you know what I'm saying, right? I don't get the feeling it's a Brainiac. I feel like it's a growth of some type or dickhead, right? Like yeah. I'm being serious. Like, dude, Brainiac is the last thing I think about this. It's not. But you know Brainiac, the DC character. Okay, there's a couple of characters where they do that over time, right? So you might need that as reference. There's also Pinky in the Brain, I think. Don't look at the remake. So what cartoon? Look over. Huh? The old classic DC one. It must be deprecated or the shit I grew up on. Okay, okay, how about Pinky and the Brain? Pinky and the yeah. So you see the brain here? His forehead is kind of, it's connected, but you feel that he's some type of brain, right, or smart. It's not a growth; it's like an extension of his thinking role. So for you, don't think about making this thing grow up, but like kind of how do you expand a little bit up here, but mostly up here. It just looks like it's like this, right? Even a little bit bigger. Heck, anyway, any other example? Okay. I don't know if we have time. Let's go back and let's see if we can. 4 days, huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah. See how like straight and the hair is connected, right? And then, you know what? That's a good example. Yeah. See, even hair, it's connected, right? It's not like this little thing growing out. I think this is a very good reference of what you can do. And even do Gang Mao or so just a new Suni. Okay? Yeah, you don't have to make it. Yeah, there's no way I think that you're smart. Looking at this. Okay, so the other part is the looking real is I think there's a specular happening somewhere in between here that you're missing it, so it's very flat here, right? So that's the first thing with the shadow. The second thing is the connection point here is way too obvious. You got like your dark skin here, and then there's a big white patch there, right? Ideally, you want to match this right here all the way up as much as possible instead of having this little white patch here. The third is when I saw it was tracking, it wasn't sticking to the base, right? So did you track this 2D or? So ideally, a 3D.
I tried it in 3D.
Yeah.
This one thing that I can find. So I
Oh, it's very hard to get. It's very hard to get stuck in. Yeah. Yeah. But when you try 2D, you gotta consider scale, rotation, even the slightest rotation. But at this point, you might as well go for the 2D track and do the best you can. And again, it's just like rotoscoping. You get the first frame, the last frame, you match it perfectly, and then you find somewhere in between the frame that's most off, and you adjust it. And you do that about 4 or 5 keyframes, and you'll find it match much better. If you're doing like a frame to frame to frame to frame, it's easily be give. Or by the time you get to the last frame, it drifts off to a different position. Does that make sense? What I'm saying? Yeah. And I kind of feel that that's what's happening here. Okay. So determine your first frame, and then try to get the last frame exactly. You sometimes have to do an input-output frame of first frame and last frame, and you do a home in, and you go back and forth, and you see if it matches. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I tried.
Okay, well, you tried that.
On another shop because I reached it, so I didn't have time.
Okay, all right. So you know what I think that's it. Yeah. But yeah, overall good. I think if this was down here, maybe up here, and up what you see here, it would work pretty well.
Đúng rồi, chắc chắn. Tao không biết luôn mà. Tao làm kiểu vậy nè. Có một cái shit kiểu dùng cái Surya ép nó xuống xong rồi bắt đầu làm cái bài, còn cái này là mấy cái chỗ
desaturate him a little bit, right? Because the newspaper it's not as colorful as him.
Có cái vân
So I would desaturate. Go back to him. So
Discord
desaturate.
mode đâu?
The gamma looks like it's a little bit headed towards the magenta.
Chọn
A little bit. So change his level gamma to magenta. Right?
Discord đi. Ta-da.
And that should be desaturate and magenta.
Shopify nó để nó có
The
những
blur seems to
để
be
làm
on
việc á.
level. The words are a
Cái
little
đó
bit blurred,
như
and the details on the shirt is about the same.
Rồi.
To apply á. Apply cái này
Yeah.
nó scope cái này.
Desaturated and
Làm
gamma will be the
lên 4 đi,
the
xong rồi
first
mình
main two
apply
things.
mình scope xong
As
rồi
far as
mình dùng
levels, no, this is
decimal
nitpicky, but his eye
để
patch
mình giảm
level
lại.
is a lot darker than the
Decimate.
black
Đúng
levels
rồi.
of the words. So you might need to lift
Generate.
up the darks on his eye patch.
Decimate. Đúng
A
rồi.
little bit.
Để
Right?
mình
Then it'll match better.
giảm lại cái lượng polygon
Okay.
nó
Okay, got it.
để cho nó đỡ nặng.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Any other questions? No? Okay. And we move on. All right. Okay, who this?
Me.
Okay, did Martin see this yet? Or did he comment?
He hasn't seen my VFX.
Okay,
My
so I want to read. Okay, so how do we feedback this? Huh?
This shot, I want to track the wall, but I can't do it, so I gave up.
You want to cut the wall?
Yeah.
Okay, here, shoot. And play a little bit. I think this is a 2D track. There's no, yeah. Yeah, I would 2D track that. There, you can't. The reason why I tried to track that is there's no parallax. Did we talk about parallax before? I think we did.
I don't remember.
Okay. If you guys are having a hard time tracking 3D shots, one of the big reasons is the lack of parallax, right? When these softwares try to figure out where the camera is, it depends on parallax to do math. Parallax is the difference between the foreground and the background. If you have a lot of difference, then it can do it. It's just like the GPS on your phone. If two satellites are one over there, and then one over, okay, imagine 3 satellites, one in front of you and 2 on the sides, then it can easily do some math and figure out where you are, right? If there's 3 satellites right above you shooting down on you, it's going to be very hard to do the math and try to figure out where you are, right? Because on all 3 satellites, they just see you in the middle of the shot and they can't do any math. Does that make sense so far? So that's when 3 cameras or 3 satellites looking at you, trying to do GPS, there's no parallax, so it can't do math and figure out where your location is, right? But when the satellites are triangulating further away, looking at through different perspectives, then it can easily calculate where you are, right? When you look at a shot like that, everything is just looking straight and there's nothing in front to tell that it's moving, right? So there's no parallax. So essentially everything is just a bunch of satellites just looking straight. So it can't do any math. So that's why you're having trouble. So when you have shots like that with no parallax, nothing in front, nothing in the back, but everything's just moving exactly the same, then 2D tracking works. There's no way you can do 3D tracking on a shot that has no parallax. Does that make sense so far?
There's nothing on the wall.
No, it's not the wall. If there's nothing on the wall, you can do a 2D track still now. Or you can do it by hand and it still work, right? The problem is you don't have any foreground to do camera tracking. Let's see that shot again. He said there's no detail on the wall. I saw plenty of detail. No. Yeah, see, there's a bunch of detail. Oh, you sit detail. Look, all those things you can 2D track, not 3D track. Okay? Now, if you wanted to do 3D tracking, you should have stepped further away and get some of the ground, because now when you're doing this, the ground will probably move slightly different than the wall. Then you have parallax. You got it? Okay. You good? All right. But other than that, I guess we don't know What did you want to put there?
I just do my favorite or my portrait. Like there, there are only 4 days left, so I just do some things.
Okay, all right. All right.
Be careful of cropping the head. Very crop it.
Okay, here, let's see here. God, it's hard to say because your radio's covering or your CG's covering half the screen, and the other half is all black, so there's no reference. You know, in a way, it's kind of and yang, you know, not really yang, but it's hard to compare if all the background is all black. Let's see, play again. Here it seems a little bit dark, and over there, I would have maybe raised that up a little bit just so you get some detail. You know, I don't know, just overall the lower, not the lowest blacks, but towards mid-low, raise that up a little bit so we get some detail. And some, you know, that's good. It just seems like way too dark underneath there. I think, yeah.
Be careful of the flipping. Flip it looks like error. Seems to be an error.
Oh yes.
You have anything to say about the multiplication here? Oh, and you tell everyone how. Yes, favoritism. No? Okay, so it's valid here? Okay. Yeah, I mean, other than that, yeah, not much else to say except.
Let me read the one. Why you have another position on top of the two?
Yeah. Cool. Yeah.
And leave it there because yep. We cannot register all.
Because there's a shadow on the pillar, so I don't want to. If there's a shadow of a cameraman.
This you covering up. Fix it.
Yeah.
Best case is still issue. If you cannot, then we find another way to get this. This job is too much for us.
What can I do? What else can I put there? Oh. Oh, another video.
Yeah, kind of.
There's a big filler here. She said that they shadow something hanging in my arm.
Okay.
She doesn't want it.
I have to see the original to see how the really, right? I should remember. So she's doing all this stuff. You're doing all this stuff to hide that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I see the. You have the original. I mean, you have the camera one. Yeah. And then I can see what you can do. turn nó đẻ ra hoài rồi. Who's the new one? You? Huh?
I forgot to upload it.
Okay. And then after that, there will be another one who forgot. Okay. Are you uploading now or?
Oh yes, it's uploading.
Okay. Should we go on to the next one?
I think it's done.
It's done? Okay. Refresh. Upload tell which class. That's what happened to me yesterday in DMS class. I started a conversation in this class. What's up? Okay, here, where's the cameraman? Where? Just that. Oh, I died. That's it?
Yeah.
And you did all that stuff just to hide that? Wow. Okay, it's simple.
If you want to hide it,
Just
then
copy. Yeah.
you just copy it, and then
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. In Photoshop, 4 or 5 frames.
Yeah. So you get this one, right? And you duplicate this and you copy over the next one. Yeah, it's only like 3 frames. 1, 2, 3, right? Oh, wait, actually 4, 5, 6. So if you're off, you just like 5 frames, right? Something like that. Okay. Done. I mean,
So I have to try. Right?
I mean, you can even do like Diane and then blur the edges. People won't tell because you're
only 6
Yeah.
frames. Too fast for speed.
you can blur and cheat. Yeah, I would do that by hand. Doing it like 5 minutes or something.
Just do it in Photoshop.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay. But unless you thought the other stuff was cool, right? Then I'm not, But if you did all the other stuff just to erase that, then yeah, okay, erase that. All right, let's move on. But now that we have like 4 more people, we're running thin on time. Cool. Okay. All right. Whose is this? Okay, all right. Okay.
The rule, the constraints is to restrict time on the music version.
Yeah,
Check with Martin. Because we have this file. There is no music with your soundtrack. So check it with him if it's okay. The constraint is the length of your video is the same length as the music.
Yeah, it's the same length.
What people do you so what about the part?
Yeah. Martin said that it should be like some additional sound after that. So
Can you check it with him? Yeah.
I don't understand what is.
Now we don't understand.
I understand. Let me đứng chính you. All right. Min's asking you. There's an extra 12 seconds at the end, right, with the ocean waves?
Yeah.
And he's saying, and you're saying Martin's okay with it, right? Or no?
I know he didn't say anything after that. He didn't say something after that.
Have you checked this version of your video? Have you seen it before?
Sorry?
Have Martin seen this version before?
Yeah.
Okay, and he say nothing.
He said a lot about the effects, the key something that he didn't say.
Okay, so what Min is worried about is like later on Martin can look at that and go, hey, I told you 30 seconds of music. Why you add this other stuff? That's not within the constraint, right? So in theory, technically he could fail you for not following constraints, right? So what Min is saying, you might want to double, triple check with Martin that you're safe on that. See what I'm saying? Yeah. You look.
Martin can I can meet Martin tomorrow because we have class, so I can ask him.
Okay, make sure you ask him about that, just to be on the safe side. We don't want any surprises, you know, good. There's a lot of pilots who failed because of not following constraints. Huh?
Yeah, this is like new to me. I didn't know that he say something about.
Oh no,
mistaken.
he has a lot. He made me poo-poo a lot. But yeah, quite a few times. There's like, about 30% of the students failed assignment 2 because they didn't follow constraints, right?
My positive method.
Yeah, but maybe he missed it, right? But you don't want to leave that to chance, right? Maybe you got lucky or unlucky that he hooked an A, right? But do you want to leave that to chance in the final one for him to, you know what I mean? And if he, like, this is in the wrong, messed up situation where he does fail you because of that, do you think, could you say no, but you saw before you didn't say anything, you think that would work or safe? You know what I mean? Like, and then he'll go, no, it's written on Canvas, so, yeah, I really strongly encourage you guys to read the directions on Canvas, right? A lot of people failed because of really, really stupid shit, right? Even like, I was surprised that 20 people didn't even like render out their MOB. It's like, what the fuck? You guys have to really imagine the teacher who has to grade it, Martin, me, and Min, when we have to review it. If you guys don't render out an MOB, that means we have to download and and open in DaVinci and load it in RAM, right? How much a waste of time? So of course, when we see that, we're gonna fail you, right? Because it's something simple and easy, and you didn't do it, and you're causing a lot of pain on the people who has to review, right? So think about that. And sometimes you guys don't think about it, or you go, oh yeah, chuyện nhỏ, không render right MOB có gì đâu. But when you multiply that by 90 students, it becomes a big ass deal, So, all right, okay. Nói gì đi. All right. Okay. You want to speak louder so he can hear that? But this is a model extending the sound.
There's someone who actually wanted that she can like extend itself or something with that, and Martin say you better not because I'm very wrong.
Yeah, that's why.
Huh?
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
It's something like if the song either song's over and the shot's still there, there must be some sound after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. The safest thing is to ask him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because she's saying that he will because another student asked, right? Like, yeah. So don't play with fire. Yeah. Okay. All right. I think I just have one little, or maybe two comments on this. I think this moment here could be maybe faster or shorter, right? From when he puts it, like there's a lot of time here, going around, like maybe if you cut that. Okay, so that's one. Number two is in his hair, there's a few places, just a few frames where if you paint it out, it will integrate better, right? Let me try to find it. The eye just needs to catch like one or two places and it looks fake. So I'll tell you what I mean by this. And the best thing is you just go and you brush it, right? Where see, I think this frame right here. See right here?
Yeah.
So just dump right, either the background photo of this or make it black one. You know what I mean? But when you have this pure white going through here, you just need a few frames and it looks like it doesn't work. Okay. See right here. That's see.
Yeah.
So it might seem a lot, but if you I think spend maybe 1 hour, wait. The ones with the most serious offenders, it will make a big difference. Okay. Because when you get too much of it together, you start to feel it. See? Yeah. So especially around this area right here. So I don't think it's a lot of work. Maybe 1 hour, maybe. Wait. So yeah, for me, a lot of dead time right here. If you can maybe cut something out here, or have him. Oh, this is all one shot, huh? I mean, if this would have started earlier here, then you probably have more time back here, I think. So yeah. And what's going to be back here? Nothing, or is that supposed to be blue sky?
No. That's just a wall background. Yeah, that's the wall.
All right. Yeah, it kind of looks kind of empty, maybe. But yeah, I mean that's pretty much it for me. What I have to say. All right.
This part feels like trying to tell a story in which you hit for fire get the target. But that one.
No.
For this shot, you're trying to tell a story. And this whole video is also a story of you but which we warned against, but I guess for this instant, people. Jack Wood Martin on this is one of the more about the idea and the execution I guess it's fun. You do fine. Why are you so confused with Jack Wood Martin on this down part?
You mean what?
Why are you so confused?
I see tension. What's going on?
Yeah, why are you so confused? Do you understand what I'm saying?
No. First, I cannot hear clearly, and second, I don't understand what you're trying to.
I'm saying you're doing fine. It's Jack Wood Martin on the soundtrack part.
About that? About the final?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Cứ vậy thôi mà hai thằng lên nhau gần 2 phút đồng hồ. Shit. All right, move on to the next one. I thought you guys were gonna fight. All right. Okay. Next, who's this one? Okay. All right. Còn mới nhìn vô tưởng đâu quên kéo phục mày tê vậy. If you squint your eyes. Okay. Dude, what was that? Oh. Okay, then again, with the music, the music was too low. Again. Send me
interesting idea, but can you finish it? Yeah, I have already done 3D, but I just need to render it out. Going to be the final 3D. I've been fixing something.
Shading cái material, cái này kiểu như là bài chỉ giảm rất là với lại đổi màu đúng không?
Yeah, I
Ý này là sao?
Đấy là
like
các cái material
very
á,
confident
yeah, shading.
like just
Đúng rồi.
like 300 frames.
Đấy là
Có cái này bị
đúng rồi, bị phán.
say for example.
Okay.
Thể
So, are these proxies or are they render or this is the style that you want? Proxy. Proxy.
What?
Like this right here, will this be a 3D render or this?
Yeah, this properly.
Sorry.
Okay, so it's hard to comment on stuff that. What I would say though for me, there's a few places where you can have some follow through animation would really help. You know, so I don't know if your animation's proxy or not too.
Yeah, I animated.
I'll show you the different areas where you can improve animation. Where it would feel a lot more organic. So
Cái đó chỉ là cái bảng thôi. Mình có một cái là
Ồ, làm sao để lùi lại?
yeah, I don't know what this gray thing is. You know,
Z.
It's just a viewport.
command.
Command.
View.
Of course.
okay, all right. Now, when you see this book here, when you jump down here,
Yeah.
I think some of this stuff, I'm not sure what, like, why is this stuck here?
Yeah,
What is that, clothing?
Now I got another shader. If I render it out, they're gonna disappear.
Okay, why don't you just pull it off the screen, huh? You do another shader because of that?
Yeah, I use alpha. And
Just pull it off the screen, you don't need it anymore, right? Right?
preview.
Okay, all right. So I guess it's hard to give comment when if you comment anything you say it's preview, right? Like, so okay, here, when things kind of stop, there should be some type of like secondary motion or follow through, right? Like you see how this goes and stops like this in midair? See? Right? See what I'm saying? Okay. Okay. So either if something, especially something that has weight and it's heavy in there, if it moves, you might want to make it stop and then it settles down maybe a little bit, right? Instead of just right. Giống như là quăng gì dính tường, right? It doesn't.
Giống như cái
You want to be like.
kiểu cái wood.
Okay. So I see, yeah, a bunch of that. I think it's the main thing. Other than that, very hard to get feedback if if everything's in.
Lựa màu xanh vô đúng không?
Okay. Yeah. Anything else? All right. I guess move on. Next.
Render now and put it
Yo,
on.
cái gì vậy? Wait, what is that?
Nó có bị lộn nhiều quá nữa.
Okay. What am I supposed to think? Okay. Okay. Now I see. Maybe học lab.
Really?
Go next.
Okay. Really?
No, that's not real. Oh, yes, it is real. In fact, is it supposed to be blood or right? Okay. I don't know if you want to make it gory or not, but if you want to make it like real blood, like I think they're all the same width right now, which kind of makes it. Maybe if you vary it up, right? And in here, I think if you really want to make it look like blood, shouldn't it like drip from here down this way? Right? Like you got like anti-gravity blood or something. So here we'll probably drip off right here, and then you can do whatever direction you want, right? But it should like kind of like go kind of. This like the varying thickness works there. I'm not sure blood flows like that. But maybe if you just slow it down a little bit and have a little bit here, so you don't have to deal with this. How do I, animate it, right? So if you make it slower here and then right when it comes out here, and then here, and you stall time, you don't have to deal with all of this. Does it take or not? And just a little bit here, you can get away with it. Same with here. So maybe make it slower, right? Is what I think. As far as usually blood, like if it meets shoes like that, right? But yours like more like a solid, so that's a little bit tricky. You can make 2 layers. So once you have 1 layer that goes down, you can have another layer where you scale the width a little bit, make it transparent and blur. So when you have 2 layers like that, it looks like the second layer is the layer that gets soaked in the yeah. So we do that a lot with like when we do like fake veins or something like when it goes veins and stuff like that, you draw a main one and then you duplicate it and you blur it out a little bit. It looks like it's right. Yeah, it looks like or something. Right? Okay. Okay, now we'll move on to the, let's see here, what else? Here, so I have no comment on shot like this. It's Min who has a problem with that. So Min, would you like to address her and is this warranted? Is it right, or does it deserve all?
For this and I, for videos back and see the view that like I see it behind. For this without
okay, but how about this? What's the idea here?
Seems like he ate all of them like ate.
But you can say the other ones seem like they're all happy, right? You know what I mean? I'm just trying to find. No, I'm not at all laughing at this. I'm just wondering where you draw the line, just in case we're marking will ask, right? Like you should right? Like we think
Ok. Sáng ngoài trời nhưng mà buổi tối ok.
Okay.
Thế giới.
But
Có những cái vàng vàng.
if you ask them and she said, "Cause I want all in pink," why? Yeah, why?
Xong rồi mình thì mình có thể chỉnh rotation ở đây, chỉnh từ từ thôi nếu mà máy yếu.
That still doesn't explain
Đúng
why
không?
we need 5 people.
Rồi elevation. Không thì cái đó thì mình có thể chỉnh sang.
Được không?
Muốn tối hơn nữa.
Okay, so I just want to bring out, for me, I'm not saying you can't or you can, you should either way, right? But I just want to bring to light that there might be differing
Do cái air này.
authorities that may say yes or no, or may punish you for it, and maybe sometimes like you like it and you do something and it completely gives you reason to.
Elevation.
I don't know what
Còn
that
chỉnh
is.
góc thì ở rotation.
Maybe you make one person bleed, the other person not, so you can show the contrast between pain and
Nếu chưa
happiness,
thì chỉnh cái
right?
elevation thấp hơn nữa.
Maybe you paint one mặt tái like sun subject, you know what I mean, like the face of someone who lacks oxygen to the blood, right? The one over there, she looks like we don't have that there, right?
Thì
this one,
tăng
you
cái
know,
độ
you know
sáng
what I
nó
mean? Like
lên.
you do some different treatment to each
Không, không,
person
không.
to show the
Ấn
face.
vô cái đó để
Then,
tăng cái
yeah,
illusion.
but if they all look the same, you know, you can't really argue against someone who you said you look, you're using the same technique with other people that yoga, right? Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, this
Do
one
cái
is
đó
like
là
Bandika.
nó đang làm đúng theo environment mà.
All right.
Người ta còn bị bông
All right. Okay.
Nhiều vấn đề quá vậy trời.
Next. Ooh, có thuốc lá you smoke? Hả? Lấy máu xong rồi hút thuốc lá rồi. But anyway, all right, next. This one we get rid of it.
Có gì
Who
đâu.
that? Okay.
Rồi có thể add giờ
Is it what?
vào sao cái này nó bị ngược vậy ta?
Không biết luôn.
Midnight is a free shot? Oh, free shot? Oh, 3 shot.
Add arrow light.
Is it 3 shots?
Easy.
Okay.
Có học điện lighting của thầy Sugan chưa?
There's not allowed 3 shots, but
Vậy là biết mà đúng không? Ok. Mình có thể add street light ở đây nha, nhưng mà
Street light này.
street light, street fuck, mày đọc đúng không trời? Ra được cái này chưa? Giờ add thêm street light là thêm cái màu hồng, thêm cái màu xanh dương. Cái màu hồng, cái màu xanh dương, thấy không? Buổi tối, nếu mà muốn thuyết phục người ta buổi tối thì mình nên áp những cái màu mà nó giống đèn led á, giống như màu hồng ở bên đây gọi ra, màu xanh dương bên đây gọi vô.
So okay. So
Nhưng mà
it seems like you're coming and you're spreading it, right? Do you
No
need to do
area
that?
light. Đừng có
không
highlight, highlight không có
Okay,
sự kiểm soát.
So okay, I want to match the
Trầm mặc.
music. Do you necessarily? So this is one shot. Wait. One angle, 2, 3. It's pretty, yeah, it's spread out. But does this count as a shot? See, that can be, you know, even if you say that it's 3 angles, this might be another one. That's such a hard call. But my thing is, how come the quality is so low? Is this compressed on your machine or? Let's see here. Why is it? Let me, I have to download this to see.
Ủa sao tăng độ sáng lên vậy? Sao tăng độ sáng lên thấy
Is that right?
chưa hết quá vậy? Ok. Do tôi thấy bà chưa tăng độ sáng với chỉnh màu.
Okay, yeah, so there's something,
Để cho nó mạnh hơn nữa. 50.
you see this effect right here? I
Distractor.
think me and Ming, we both agree on something here. It looks like, it doesn't look like a good, see your arm? See,
Chói là do bà đập vô cái bức tường á, bà đập xuống đất, dĩa này xuống đất.
you see how you have like a ghosting edge on your arm, right?
Do tôi thích là nó phải đậm sáng hạnh vô thì nó mới đẹp.
Yeah. Yeah, but usually a ghosting effect, like an onion skin ghosting effect, it tends to be more regular and spaced out, right? When you have it where one ghost frame is here and another one's over here, and it, you know, and it disappears and reappears for no reason. Not no reason, but it doesn't create the ghost effect that you think it do. Right? What tool are you using to?
Bà muốn không? Chứ tại sao hỏi là nó có bị sao không? Tôi không được.
Ý là nó có bị sai ánh
There's a
sáng.
trail of effect, maybe I think that you might want to look at, right? There's a bit
Đừng có nghĩ nhiều quá khi mà cứ làm thử và mình cảm giác nó ổn thì nó sẽ. Đừng có kiểu chết mẹ rồi cái này nó không được, cái này nó không được. Mình phải confident lên.
I don't know if there's any different. I can do what.
Nữa.
Okay.
Chị gì bỏ đi. Nhớ là có ấn nút nào không ta? Đi nó delete. Chết mẹ chưa? Control S đi. Lỡ mà nó lắc bài máy. Rồi.
How many more people we have left? Huh?
We're done.
We're done?
Are we done? Are we done?
Last person?
Are we done?
Huh? Okay. All right. Yeah.
Plot it.
Do what? Do what for? Then if you want to do another VFX like that, but that has yourself in it, then you might have to give up some other shot, you know. I would give up the shot that you're dancing, right, for this one. Because does that really help? I mean, the shot. Yeah. Okay, so maybe this shot, okay. How much? Okay. Shuffle. What do you for shuffle? Yeah. What? Okay, but why do you need motion blended? Let's take the shot. Motion. Oh, that's shuffle, right? Wait. Which one is shuffle? You're putting me like 5 different ones. Which one is shot one? This? So you need motion tracking for this? No. Which one? Okay. Yeah. But you say motion tracking. Are you using the right term? But play it.
Ví dụ mà ở ngoài nó không ánh sáng xanh cũng không ánh sáng hồng.
It's a static shot. You don't need motion tracking.
Bỏ vào cái sao?
Hả?
Cái là ngoài đời á. Cái chỗ này nó không có ánh sáng xanh, không có ánh sáng hồng. Mình bỏ hai cái line này. Cái ánh sáng xanh với hồng có sao?
Okay. Upload that shot. Just one shot here. Upload me and I'll show you. That's my heart.
Cái chỗ tao đúng là không có ánh sáng xanh và ánh sáng hồng ở bên này. Nhưng bỏ vào nó có sao?
You say you can't motion track.
Tại sao nó không sao?
A static shot.
Ý là nó có sai không?
Maybe you understand the word motion track.
Nó sai duy nhất
There's no tracking for a shot in the movie.
Lúc mà bà rotoscope ra.
Yeah.
Do bà không bị ảnh hưởng bởi ánh sáng xanh với ánh sáng hồng, nhưng mà thì nó tuyên chất mù mắt lên thẳng. Nhưng mà
Trying to still understand.
Ý là mình
You mean you can't perspective match it?
Lúc mà bà ở trong
That's a different
trường
thing.
đó nó như thế nào cũng được, nhưng mà miễn những gì mà người ta nhìn thấy
But you don't need
là
to
ok.
track. I think you're using
Mình
the
không
wrong
cần
word.
phải cái từ trên
Match,
đây ra
not
ngoài.
track. Track is different. Track when you have motion, you have to follow it. You track it.
Và tôi nghĩ là
The word track means to follow. Right? Match
Boss
means
online
you
chấp
want
nhận
to
hơn.
like say match the perspective, match the.
Online nó
So you want to match,
nó giống
not
cái
track. Okay. Do okay. Now we're on the same language. All right. Okay. All right. Bring it. There's tools in Blender that have perspective match tools too. I don't know. I don't know. Hold on. But I do know that it should have it. right? Blender has perspective matching tools, right? Come on. Yeah, okay, F-Spy. Yeah, use F-Spy. There's an add-on called F-Spy. I know it's a weird name. F-Spy. There's perspective matching in Blender. What you do is you match two lines on the X, 2 lines on the Y, 2 lines on the Z, and it will you bấm một lúc and it will make the camera match the perspective. Yeah. After that, tomorrow. F-Spy is a pain in the ass because they put the project, as I remember, on GitHub, right? Oh, he did. I don't know. Did he? Did Martin show you guys F-Spy? Okay. Oh, see? Cool, huh? Okay, F-Spy. Okay, here. Well, Martin showed it. What's this one right here? So look at this right here. Basics tutorial, GitHub. Right? So this is it right here. How to match a photo with F-Spy. There's like
I'm going to show you the basics of
làm tương tự giống cái kia
F-Spy
cũng
is
được.
a great open source
Thấy cái vị đó
software that can be used to export photomatched cameras to Maya or Blender that then you can use to make scaled and accurate 3D models and also use for digital too.
Got it?
And
Yeah.
for something else that you're trying to match, well, then you need to be able to set the principal point too. Probably
you guys don't need a mirror, right?
Yeah.
I think you maybe should. Yeah, I would too. Yeah, because first of all, the effects looks like it's gonna be live rather than and then I think if you do some type of thing that shows, that sticks out as a VFX on that shot that you have, nó sẽ ấn tượng hơn for him, right? Yeah. Okay.
Ủa nhưng mà cái chỗ này nó bị tối thì có sao?
Okay.
Bà muốn tụi bà chỉnh nó chứ sao bà không thấy?
That's it.
Đâu có biết.
All right. Any questions? Are we done?
Okay.
You guys wanna tắt micro? Okay. Không
ok làm tiếp.
Okay. All right. I think I'll,
phải có chứng kiến.
I know you guys had a long day here. I don't want to force you guys to be here more. You know what I mean? So I will be here for a little bit longer to help answer questions, obviously, to whatever time you guys need. But whoever là doing, you take Dewey, then you can go home. After he takes attendance, and then you can go home and rest, right? I don't want to torture you guys. Yeah, honestly. But I will be here because that's my responsibility to the last person, to the last bottom C student here. Then I will be here. I'm just kidding. All right. Take attendance. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Usually good. Yeah. Moderation. Yeah. For everyone, yeah. Pretty much by school rule, we're supposed to do that. So the teacher grades, and after that, we're supposed to send out moderation. We usually email about 3 to 5 teachers. Go, hey, these are my grades, my course. Can anyone moderate, right? And so whoever runs will check. Already graded? Yeah. I don't know what you're asking. Like, what do you mean? Yeah. Yeah. every teacher wants their students to pass, you know, but I think at the end, if you do consultation and you really show that, hey, this is my version 1 and 2, there, a lot of teachers, you'd be surprised. It's when you disappear for like the last 3 weeks, teachers hate that. Trust me, if you feel like you're failing, contact, hey, help me out, you know, like, I don't, yeah. Yeah, generally, yeah. Sure, yeah. Dude, trust me. One of the secrets of getting a good grade is constant consultation with the teacher. Because they feel cảm động and, you know, they'll feel guilty if they give you a low grade. No, that's tâm lý, right? That shit don't work on me, so don't try it. But other teachers, you know.
Only that that's our job to get you through. So if you in contact with us through consultation and we cannot get you past, then it's on us.
Yeah.
Ủa?
Huh? Bà con nào? Yeah, but the grades that you guys got already should be okay, right? I don't know what you got in your. The words you use, they don't have the weight. No, not really. Not on paper. It's what they see, they remember you. No one grades looking at the attendance sheet. They grade based on the memory, how much I've seen this person, how much they pass. You know.
Let's do the.
Okay, let's do the attendance first, and then yeah. Okay. I'm calling it. Okay. What the? Is this Vietnamese or Korean?
Korean.
Oh no, on. Okay, on. On Kyo Kyun. Okay. Đăng Trần Hoàng Mai Đăng. Right here. Okay. Dương Thị Mỹ. Am I reading this one or this one? Wait. Ngọc Thị Mỹ Dương. Here. Okay. Kha Bắc Hồ. Kha Bắc Hồ.
Có một cái nếu để area line
Okay.
thì mấy cái material mà metal mà phải nó bị ảnh ảnh cái đèn là
Dâm Quỳnh.
đâm
Giá Quỳnh
Thì-
đậm.
đâm làm mất cái
Đam hả?
Nhưng mà
Đam Quỳnh.
phải có cái đó thì nó ra là material làm metal chứ.
Agree, how can I?
Biết thật
Đã,
không?
okay, Đã Quỳnh.
Ý là muốn thật sự trắc thì mình có thể
Okay, Đã
dùng
Quỳnh
line linking.
Thanh Nhật Lê.
không biết là tao vẫn có
Đúng.
ánh sáng đập vào
Tú
nhưng mà nó không
Tú Trần Thanh Lê. Here.
qua
Anh Hồ Thái Nguyễn. Here.
Wow. Ok.
Wait, yeah.
Có nghe phải vậy.
Giang Đình Hương Nguyễn hả?
Nó
Okay.
chiếu vô thì ra đời nó sẽ rất là sharp. Nhưng mà một cái điểm phông chiếu vô thì cái
Okay,
nó sẽ
Lý
sót
Ngọc
lại.
Quỳnh Anh. Okay, here.
Thì
Hân Bảo Nguyễn. Here. Khai
vậy không muốn được
Đinh
sót luôn.
Duy Nguyễn. Here. He's here. Giang Đinh Hương Nguyễn.
Thì
Here.
theo cái tôi biết
Anh
là
Hồ Thái
chỉ
Nguyên.
có reflection thì nó
Anh Hồ Thái Nguyên. Oh,
Mà
here. Okay.
metal.
Yep, có.
Nhưng mà nếu
Dung
mà không
Hoàng
biết thì
Thiên
mình có
Nguyễn.
thể
Nope.
làm thử đi.
Okay, nope. Vinh Lạc Nguyễn. Nope. Giang Lê Thúy Nguyễn. Nope. Ngọc Linh Nguyễn. Yep. Thảo Ngọc Thanh Nguyễn.
Yes.
Yep. Nguyễn Quang Minh. Yep. Phúc Quốc Gia Nguyễn. Phúc Quốc Gia Nguyễn. Okay, now here. Luke Thái Phương Nguyễn. Here, okay. Linh Thảo Nguyễn. Có mặt. Okay. Thu Minh Phạm. Here. Linh Trần Phương Phạm. Here. Thanh Hoành Phan. Here. Hung Tuấn Trịnh Hung Tuấn Trịnh. No, not here. Nguyễn Ngọc Thảo Trường. Here. Okay. Thi Vô Cầm. Here. Võ Cầm even sound even funnier. Okay. Vô Cầm is no trick. Okay. Võ Nguyễn Bì.
Yeah,
Okay. Bì, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Thought that you butchered the name more than once.
Dude, there's no yellow. How am I supposed like V? How am I supposed to know, right? It took me a while because I remember another guy named V, right? But how am I supposed to know?
Từ cái để đợi xem coi like lên kênh
Okay.
rồi.
All right. 5 out. Yeah. Okay. So those of you who need to go. Who had questions? Technical questions. Okay. What? Okay. Oh, sorry. Then it's not that I'm a fat ass. You guys do at the same time.
Oh.
What? Okay.
Đủ. Cho tôi làm mét rồi. Ủa vậy cái đó là material của cái live phải do cái live muốn cho kiểu nó giống như là nó động cái shot như vậy đúng không? Ấy là ủa làm sao để bỏ cái này ra? Có phải cái metal cái nào? Đúng. Ok, mình sẽ dẹp với cái vòng trước mà. Shading. Vô cái gì? À, vậy cái trong nó đúng không? Cái trong muốn cái này nó bị tán ra đúng không? Tán ra thì có thể dùng reference thôi. Không có ai điều tắt vẫn chưa đủ. Được không? Tôi chỉnh cái roughness á. Thế này
see. So in that case, you will have. If you need to tie your up, then you stumble up or here. Last day, is it? I think so, yeah. All right. You guys, so look, on Saturday, I will probably try to be available from like say 10 to 1. If you guys need something, then I'll stop by and I'll do some quick demonstrations or last minute, whatever, right? Okay, all right. But let me know at least so I can, right? Because if no one messages me, then I am noon. But if you guys say, hey, I need help, Tom, then I'll try to sleep early the next one, or try to get at least some sleep, right? So I can get down you guys. Okay? All right. Cool. No, you have okay.
Well,
hold on, he was next, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I rotoscope myself, but I don't see the shadow.
Did you rotoscope the shadow?
No.
So then how are you gonna get?
Like, I think it should like automatically make a shadow for like my silhouette.
No,
that's not possible. Damn.
How is it? Right. The only way now. Okay, so that's one. What is that? One. Is it one
audience?
No. But is that one shape alpha channel brought into on a plane or?
Yeah. I have like an image with alpha and I put it on a mesh plane.
Yeah, so how is it? The only way is you're gonna have to fake it or roto back in the shadow that you get.
Oh man, shoot. Okay. And also, like, how can I add water? You know, on Monday you told me that I can pull out something like empty to fake the one when you rise up from the ocean.
Yeah.
How can you do it?
Shape key.
Shape key?
Yeah.
How?
What do you mean how? Shape key. Oh, huh? Look. All right, so if you had like a right? You want to go first? I got it. Okay. Yeah. Go. Huh? phone, trust me. Don't jump on it. He was here since 8 o'clock this morning. Go. No, 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 go, go, go. I got it, I got it. Go. Mẹ về không? Okay, okay, okay. If you have vui then I don't. Okay. What? I have to do that to get him to go home. He's been here since 8. Shit. Oh, he should be really tired. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's why I say that. Now you know why I yelled at him to go home. Yeah. Okay, so here is, let's just say this is your wave, right? So I would go under shape keys here, right? And then add the base, because you always need a base, right? And
Okay.
then if you go to edit mode, no, I'm sorry. If you go to add one more, you can call this the whatever, right?
Rise up.
Rise up, yeah, whatever, right? Rise up. Why is it the cap locks? Okay. And then for rise up though, we go in here, and if we go into the edit mode, let's just say we choose here, and then I'm going to use maybe, right, something like that.
Okay.
And then if you want, I'm going to create another one. You know, and then lung tool or rise down, whatever, right? Down, whatever. You can get creative. And then go back up to here, edit, and then maybe increase the size of this. So when I move down, I'm gonna increase this here a little bit, right? Something like that. Okay. Right. So you have more control. And then go back up. So now you can keyframe this. So these two guys, you can probably keyframe. Give a value key here 0 0, right? And then maybe here maybe we down key, right? So in animation, if we lock this keyframe here, it's not going to move. Otherwise, you know, it will slowly move towards the top right. So maybe at frame 22 here, I increase this like this, and maybe I increase this right here. I don't know. You can mess around with it, right? And then you can go back and forth. Whoa, man, I forgot. That's it. Okay. So here we volume up. Oops. Volume down. Okay, so here, you know, right? Here. I don't know. And then back and forth. Or in your case, you know, when the animal goes up, it goes up. Right?
Okay.
I did it wrong. But you know what I mean? Like you kind of you start up.
Yeah, I think I got it.
Get
Yeah.
this face on up and then go back down.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. Thanks.
Yep, yep. Maybe if I do it the upside down. There you go. Oh, yeah. See? So that. And then back down. See? And then back down here. Okay, there you go. Let's do some fun stuff here. So if I do a capsule, where's my capsule? Oh, there it is. Okay. Capsule here we would. Any other questions while I mess around like this?
No, I think I got it.
Okay. See, kind of like that. See that? This is your little. Not long at all. Water gets displaced and it goes back out.
Oh. Oh. Okay.
What?
Yeah, I can tell.
That looks wrong. Yeah.
Damn.
Huh? But you know, in the idea you have a negative, so it goes up, down, and then slightly, and then back, and then.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So the problems you want somehow the skull to magnet, right? So imagine if your skull bone here. Oh, the shading, right? Look, so you see that what causes the volume here is that there's a certain specular, right? Now the sharper your nose is a narrow one, the specular is going to be very prominent. But on a wider one, your specular will be spread out a little bit. So linking your forehead to the specular is wider, right? On your nose, the specular is higher. So the more bawal one, the specular will be more. But for you, you don't have any. That's why it's very flat. So you need a very light specular here to show that there's like a slight fold around. You're in Photoshop, right? So this way either you do a very light brush